All right. I will call to order the Finance Committee meeting of Tuesday, October 15th, 2024, and ask Dave to please call the roll.
Council President Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Verveer. Alder Verveer. Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Rummel.
Present.
Mary of quorum.
Thank you. So just as a reminder, we're finishing out the agency presentations today. We have general government, the rest of administration, PCED, library, and public health and safety. Christine, do you have any, or Dave, do you have anything introductory?
No.
Okay. So we'll jump right in then with general government, starting with the municipal court. Judge Koval is here. Judge, good to see you as always.
Good to see you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Judge Koval from the Municipal Court. Our department is a general fund agency. Our budget maintains the same service level as last year. It's a cost to continue budget. We have 5 full-time employees in our office. With our expansion of virtual and remote hearings and the great success that we've been able to have with that, we are able to reduce our security budget since we don't need security to do those types of hearings. You can go to the next slide. As you can see, our budget is primarily for staff and supplies. Outside of that, security services is the major expense for our department. The budget reduction of our security expenses should still allow us to adequately address security concerns, assuming that there are no cost increases with our security company. And Alder Verveer, thank you yesterday for referencing how collections of judgments are done. It's important to provide you all with the legal process of collections. When a court enters a judgment, the court only has so many options to enforce the judgment, especially in non-criminal cases like those in municipal court. For traffic violations, the court can suspend a driver's license until the debt's collected if the person has a driver's license, or refer the debt to the State Debt Collection Agency. It's also known as SDC, to collect through things like tax intercepts, levies on bank accounts, and wage garnishments if the person is employed. SDC is a state agency that collects for government entities. It has more resources and the ability to collect on outstanding debt than any private collection agency has, and it does not charge government entities for this service. As you all know, jail is not an option in Dane County for any non-criminal violations for non-payment of debt. For judgments on non-traffic violations like building code cases, the options are collections through SDC again, if you have the proper identifying information they require, especially for corporations and partnerships, there's a certain code they require. The other option is transcripts of judgment, which puts a lien on the property. The municipal court refers all cases to SDC that fit their criteria, and we have been doing so since that program started. A transcript of judgment has to be filed by the city attorney's office on behalf of the city with the circuit court. The city is the party to the action, not the municipal court in circuit court. The municipal court, in fact, cannot legally file a transcript of judgment in circuit court. Our involvement with the transcript of judgment is to provide the necessary municipal court records to the city attorney if the city wants to pursue that action. Our court administrator, Christy Zamber, has been meeting with the city attorney's office to determine what cases the city attorney wants court records for in order to file those transcripts of judgments. But Alder Verveer, in direct response to your question yesterday, Christy has informed me that $2.77 million of the figure you referenced yesterday has been collected through SDC and liens from transcripts of judgments. Larger building code cases and judgments at SDC or with transcripts of judgments can take months or even years to collect. under both of those collection methods. We will continue to provide all the records the city needs to pursue transcripts of judgment if that's what the city would like. Now, for non-building cases and non-traffic cases, also remember that getting a judgment against someone who has no income and no job means there's nothing to be able to collect from. No lien to put on anything, no bank account to garnish, no taxes to intercept. That is also the reality. The court administrator, Christy, can answer any additional specific questions you may have with regard to those collections. I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you all.
Thank you, Judge. Are there questions for the municipal court? Going once, Alder Verveer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, Dan, for, well, first of all, let me back up and thank you and Christy for attending yesterday's meeting. I was quite impressed to see both of you in attendance for our very lengthy hearing last night. So thanks for doing that. I'm not surprised knowing the two of you as long as I have. Also, I'm not surprised, Dan, that you generously have prepared that very helpful backgrounder as it relates to the collections for all of us to be on the same page and know what our limited options are for collections. In retrospect, the internal audit that the finance department conducted on your agency, it was kind of interesting that you were the first one, so kind of the guinea pigs, obviously. But as I reflect back when our auditor met with the committee to discuss those findings, we really didn't have the opportunity to hear from you. And so I really appreciate you making yourself available today. So with that very helpful background, let me just congratulate both of you on all the collections that have been successfully collected since that audit was completed. I mean, that's a substantial amount of funds. So that's something that you certainly should be publicly applauded for. So thank you for all that. One area that I just wanted to begin with in terms of maybe a couple follow-up questions is, and this is maybe more for you, Dan, than Christy, but one thing that you didn't mention in your background is the very robust use of community service that your court has long offered to defendants that aren't able to pay. Also, your very liberal use of payment plans from going back years and years and years, I think from when we first hired you. So maybe it would be helpful if you just want to share with my colleagues those 2 points too, as well as options in terms of in lieu of paying forfeitures.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver here. Yes. Ever since I've been the judge, the policy has always been to allow for payment plans and community service options for anyone who needs that accommodation. In fact, I've done payment plans for as low as $5 a month for people. I've always allowed people to do community service whenever they request that. And they have an option to choose what nonprofit agency they want to do it at. I don't make them choose an agency. I let them do it where they think they're going to get the most reward out of it. And then we verify with that agency that the person has done the work, and then we give them credit toward whatever they owe towards the court for that. So that's also a continuing program we have. We also have the Homeless Restorative Court project that we've been having for a number of years, as some of you may know, where persons who have accumulated a lot of tickets over the years and have a lot of debt with those tickets can participate in this program where they're provided services and programming, and in exchange for participating in the program, most of the debt, if not all of that debt, is removed from their record for those cases. So we always try to strive to work with people to get the debt satisfied before it has to go to SDC or anything else like that.
Thank you. I think that's important to make sure that that's highlighted for everybody. And then the other follow-up I had probably is more appropriate for you, Christy, and that is, could you just share what your main success has been in all these collections over the last several months since the audit was released? Is the vast majority SDC, through DOR, or have the transcripts of judgment been a kind of a key and led, you believe, to some significant collections with a handful of cases, or if whatever you want to share with us in a little more detail would be interesting.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, since this is kind of a hot topic with the transcripts of judgments and how are we going to get these larger building code judgments collected, I went back in our records from 2023 to the present and searched for any single case that had more than a $10,000 payment on it, because that would kind of be applicable to those larger building code cases. And of those cases, six of those payments over $10,000 were from transcripts of judgments, and they totaled almost $312,000. And one of those transcripts of judgments had been sitting out there since 2014. So, it drives the point home that we can attempt those collections, but we have no control over when it's actually going to get collected. And then for the state debt collection, there were 8 cases that had payments totaling more than $10,000 in that just over a year period. And those payments in total were like $358,000. So these programs are effective. It's just sometimes it really takes a while for us to get that money. We're competing with other agencies sometimes. But when you're talking about payment plans, in my research, I came across a specific building code case that was over $210,000. And the defendant asked for a payment plan, which Judge Koval granted. It's $4,000 a month. And so that person has been paying each month, so avoiding collections. But just even making the minimum payments, that one judgment alone is going to take, over 17 years to collect. So, again, it's a marathon, sometimes not a sprint. But we've been told too that SDC is also adding more staff and upgrading their software. So hopefully, that'll make them more efficient in collecting as well. Plus the pandemic, is, we're starting to see some recovery from that too. So even just our revenues this year compared to last year, we're over $56,000 more year to date than we were last year. So things are looking up.
Thanks for that additional information, Christy. I really appreciate it. And to be clear, the couple $1 million that we've collected since the audit findings were released, none of that is written off. That's actual real collections that have gone to the city's general fund, correct?
Right. When we discussed the write-off policy that we were going to implement, part of that policy is that if anything's being actively collected, it's not going to be written off. And SDC, in fact, is still collecting on cases from 1992 that we haven't written off because it's still active.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, thanks again for confirming all that. And just lastly on this topic, we heard yesterday from the city attorney that the mayor had requested a memo on this topic. So we certainly look forward to Mike's memo. To be clear, is it you and one particular ACA, or that's kind of been leading this whole effort, or just out of curiosity, does it involve other agencies?
Yeah, actually, I can't take as much credit as I'd like for the communication with the city attorney. That's our Lori, our collections staff.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know Lori.
Yeah, you know Lori. Yeah, so she is in touch with the city attorney staff. She has sent a list of the cases, for the city attorney to decide what do you want to do with these. Again, as Judge Koval mentioned, the problem with sending the cases to SDC is that federal identification number is not provided to the court, and there's no good way to look up that information. It's not available easily, or maybe even at all. The city attorney was going to be looking into that.
Yeah. You might remember when you met with us on the audit, I thought that I had heard that there was some service we could purchase that you might be able to research those federal ID numbers, but at least for corporate entities, but maybe I'm completely wrong on that.
Yeah, we've looked, and I know the city attorney has researched it as well. And however, if you can be specific about
maybe I'll
a
do my own
program,
homework and
we're
get
always
lucky.
happy.
Yeah.
We like to get the money that's due the city. So
Certainly. Well, I know it's not LexisNexis or Westlaw. They would have figured that one out by now.
yeah.
But anyway, thanks so much, both of you, for that. I did have, Mayor, a question on a different topic for the judge. And that is just quickly, Dan, I'm aware with the somewhat recent change in state statute regarding OWIs that defendants in your court have been able to proceed directly to circuit court. Is that correct? The general.
So what it is, no,
yeah, why don't you explain, and then I'll ask the question.
So the only case that you can go directly to circuit court and bypass municipal court is an OWI, commonly referred to as a drunk driving cases.
Yeah.
And only if the party that has that case files a written request with the court within a certain time frame, then it gets transferred directly to the circuit court and doesn't go through the municipal court system. Those are the cases that I think you're referring to.
Yes, indeed. And in learning from the city attorney's office that there have been a number of those, and I don't know, what the number is, obviously, but that creates a bit of a more workload for the prosecution unit and the city attorney's office. I was just wondering if you and your staff have noticed a decrease, or has this not really had any impact on the court functions at all in terms of
I don't really notice
attorneys? Okay.
I don't know. The only time it really comes up, Alder, is typically if a person is represented by a defense attorney and the defense attorney essentially just wants to go right to a jury trial, and they don't want to, because the law change made it that they have to make an election right away if they want to go to the jury trial. If they don't do that, they lose that option. So a lot of sometimes defense attorneys, because they don't want to lose that option, will opt in to transfer the case right away because of that. But there's not a significant amount of persons that retain attorneys, and not all the attorneys do that.
Right. So so you haven't really noticed a decrease in OWIs at all in your court?
No, not at all.
Okay. Yeah.
In fact, 90% of the people that have cases do not have attorneys. So, and that includes OWI cases.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate again both of your responsiveness, and thanks again for the great news on the collections, both of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, question?
Thank you both for the presentation. So I heard that there will be a memo sent to us, and my ask was going to be that information that Judge Coble provided. If I can have that in writing, that'd be great, or part of the memo with the explanation of the collection agencies. I just don't want to transcribe it. So if that's part of the memo, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think you're referring to the memo the city attorney is going to provide you, Alder. Is that correct?
Well, I like whatever you were presenting earlier. I don't know if you were reading it, explaining the.
I can send it to you, Alder.
Okay, like. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No, and I see that city attorney is on top of it as well. So Alder will get you that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder. Oh, any other questions for the municipal court? If not, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Christy. Appreciate both of you.
Thank you, everybody.
You have a good night.
Have a good night.
And we'll go on then to the Common Council office. Karen?
Good evening. This is Karen Kapusta-Pofall, Common Council Chief of Staff. And as you are aware, The Common Council is a general fund agency with a total budget of approximately 1.2 million, and we have 5 FTE. And this is a 99% cost to continue budget. So the budget maintains the same level of service for 2025 as the current year. I think we show the next slide, and then we have one service. It's pretty straightforward. I just wanted to let folks know briefly that the alternative cut scenario for our office includes the following cuts and reductions: eliminating the Aspire intern funding and Alder intern funding, eliminating Alder training and conflict resolution funding, eliminating all funding for council office staff professional development and professional memberships, and reducing Alder expense accounts by 43% to $1,088. And I believe I'm not sure, Christine, if you have anything to add.
I think you covered it all, Karen.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Questions for the council office? Going once, going twice, seeing no questions. Thank you, Karen. And we'll move on to the mayor's office. And Sam, I believe, and Jessica are here.
Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me. So I'm Sam Munger. I'm the chief of staff in the mayor's office. I think I know most folks on the phone have the privilege of doing the staffing and budget for the office. The mayor's office, as you can see, quite similar to the council office. It's a general fund office primarily. We have some small grant funding through the sustainability team, which Jessica, who's on, can talk about as well. But primarily general fund, and as you can see, overwhelmingly for personnel. There's very small amounts of other expenditures for things like supplies and support for community organizations, which we will get into in a sec. Before we do, I just want to give a little through line and historical context about the mayor's office budget. So the mayor's office, apart from having taken on the sustainability team, which was previously located at engineering and is primarily funded by capital and grants, and only a small amount, as you can see, about $200,000 through the general fund, has not grown at all over the past decade. It has the same number of staff, the same number of administrative staff, the same number of deputy mayors, contrary to anything you may have heard. In fact, in inflation-adjusted dollars, the office budget this year is almost $300,000 less than it was a decade ago. And that's because it's essentially stayed flat while inflation has gone up. So like other departments, like you've heard throughout these briefings, the mayor's office, too, is covering a growing population and growing demands with the same number of staff, just doing more work. With that in mind, the 2025 executive budget is a cost to continue budget. You can see on the previous slide that it maintains spending. There's some small cuts to constitute the 1% across the board cut, but essentially is a flat budget. In the event that the referendum does not pass and we have to go to the alternative budget, the mayor's office makes a number of changes. Primarily, we will lose half a deputy mayor position, so a significant staffing cut. We'll also be reducing some of that general fund support for the sustainability team, forcing them to spend down their grants more quickly. We'll be zeroing out the very small professional development budget that the office has currently. We will also be zeroing out the office's budget for supporting and engaging with community organizations. For instance, this year the office attends the NAACP Freedom Banquet, the Juneteenth celebration, the Hmong New Year, and we would typically buy tickets for office staff or buy a table. We would no longer be able to do any of that and would not be able to support community organizations in that way. So happy to answer questions. And as the mayor said, Jessica, who manages our sustainability team, is here as well if you have questions that are specific to that team and their budget.
Thank you, Sam. Jessica, anything you wanted to add before we go to questions? No. All right. Questions, Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Sam, for presenting. Can you, maybe it's early because we don't know about the referendum, but have you all talked about what it means to have a one-half less position as a deputy mayor, and would the various portfolios get changed?
They would have to get changed, Alder, but
They
we
would.
haven't
Right.
figured that out yet.
Thanks. I have at least one constituent who keeps bugging me about that, and I'm like, they don't know yet, but that's the answer then. Does anybody that's a deputy mayor do any kind of lobbying? I mean, or do we just use consultants at the state level?
So our paid lobbying, or I guess I would say it's a combination of both. We do pay an external consultant who was previously a deputy mayor. I would say that many members of our team, but especially myself and the mayor, do speak frequently with people in the governor's office, in the state legislature, and in the various agencies around a number of policy decisions that they're making or policy decisions that we're making that we want to consult on. Some of that, goes towards what might commonly be called lobbying, that in the sense that it's talking about upcoming policy decisions and making our viewpoint known. Some of that's more formal, some of that's informal. So I think maybe you're referring to, I think previously one of the deputy mayor positions also said deputy mayor and government relations, something like that. And we don't have a designation like that. That actually has, both under the prior chief of staff and myself, been more of the chief of staff purview. That's who's tended to take on that sort of role of being the chief liaison outside of the mayor. But yeah, we don't have an official title in the way that maybe previous administrations did.
Thank you.
I would add, Alder, that in terms of formal lobbying on legislation that's before the legislature, we do rely on our contract lobbyist, and often actually will send staff, usually agency heads, who have the expertise to go and testify about particular pieces of legislation. In particular, our assessor has done that in the past when things related to assessment law have been before various legislative committees. So it is something that staff will do when their particular expertise is needed.
Thanks, Mayor. In hindsight, of course, is always 2020, but moving forward, we should tell the people this, because, some of the discussion is somehow that we failed on some deep level to lobby. And I mean, it sounds like we're doing stuff and we can always do more, but I think that story should be, regularly told. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. We have been attempting to tell it, but in the face of direct disinformation, it's difficult.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks. Thanks for your effort.
Alder Harrington-McKinney, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question was around the lobbyist, and so I just want to clarify that this is as a consultant, but not incorporated within the 14 full-time staff. Is that correct?
That's correct, Alder. For decades, the city has paid a federal lobbying firm to represent us in Washington, D.C. And for decades, that firm has been, they're now called Covino Smith Simon. They were previously called Simon and Company. And then we have also, I think for just as long, employed various different consultants, sometimes law firms, sometimes individual consultants, to represent us at the state level. And so those are not, neither the federal nor state lobbyists are on our payroll. They're not full-time staff. They are contracted to represent us in DC and the state capitol.
Hey, thank you very much. One follow-up question. Is there a specific dollar amount or funding that's set aside for consultants?
Although the lobbyist contracts go through the council every year, Sam might have the numbers at his fingertips. I do not, but the council approves the city's choice of lobbyist and those contracts every year.
I don't have them at my fingertips, but I'm happy to send you a copy of the resolution and the accompanying documents that set those contracts up.
Okay, thank you. I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification for you, Sam. Did you say that our state lobbyist is a former deputy mayor? I thought that I just assumed that when Nick Zavos went over to the league as their assistant general counsel that he got out of the contract lobbying business. Is Nick still representing us?
No, sorry, you are correct, and your attention to detail is appreciated as always. As of the end of August and beginning of September, Nick Zavos, who had previously been our contract lobbyist, did move over to the League of Municipalities, and so we are in the process of contracting with a new lobbying firm at the state level. But yes, so the prior lobbyist was also a former deputy mayor and government relations staffer in the office, and we are now in a transition since he just took a new job.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. I was a little confused when you said, you made it imply that he still was our contract lobbyist, and I was surprised he could moonlight. So thanks very much. I guess just one more question, if you don't mind. Out of curiosity, are you thinking of doing some sort of an RFP process for the new contract lobbyist? Or I don't think you're required to do that, but given the amounts of money that we expend in this endeavor, but I was just curious, do you have any thoughts on how you're going about finding a successor contract lobbyist for us moving forward?
So far, it's been more informal discussions and word of mouth, and it is, I would say, without getting too far into the weeds or into too much detail in a public meeting, it is somewhat related to the kind of strategy we want to pursue in the coming session, and some of that may be related to the dynamics in the coming session, which we may not fully know until after November. And so you can imagine, depending on the makeup of the legislature, certain lobbyists might have more valuable relationships and backgrounds versus others. So I don't think we may not know precisely until a little bit later in the year. We hadn't talked yet about whether to do it as a formal RFP or what process we wanted to use, and some of that may also depend on the strategy we pursue.
I understand completely. Very well said. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional questions for the mayor's office or sustainability? Seeing none, thank you, Sam and Jessica. And that takes us through general government. We'll go on to the second half of administration, starting with EAP, and Arlene Gonzalez is here.
Good morning. This is Arlene Gonzalez. EAP is mostly a general fund like our previous two offices. This is a cost to continue. As you can see, 86% of our budget is for personnel costs. The remainder of our budget covers operational costs such as rent and the cost of our external EAP. If you can show the next slide, please. We have one main service that is EAP services, and that is mostly provided by our internal EAP staff and supported by our external EAP. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Any questions for EAP? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Thank you, Arlene.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
And we'll go next to finance. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Finance, as you can see on this slide, has 51 full-time equivalent positions, about a $6 million budget, all funded for the most part from the general fund. We have 6 services for accounting, administrative support, budget and program management, internal audit, risk management, and treasury. You'll notice risk management doesn't have a general fund budget. They are funded from the insurance and workers' comp fund as administrative costs. We do have a couple of adjustments within the budget. The executive budget to the administrative cost of collecting ambulance fees, and that rises with revenues. It's a share of revenues. We're also proposing to charge Community Development Authority for administrative support services provided. Those have, for years, been funded, in effect, subsidized by the general fund. And then we are making a transfer within the budget service from data team intern funding to fund software for a digital budget book and budget presentation. And then some funding adjustments for Treasury to meet credit card processing fees, as well as compliance with credit card transaction requirements. Under the reductions, if the referendum were to fail, we would eliminate one position that provides front desk and reception services, and that would instead be covered by the administrative support team and sort of other, shifting that cost to other parts of the department. Under the executive budget, there's a proposal to change procurement thresholds for contracts and RFPs. It's currently $50,000. That would be moved to $75,000. And then parallel with that, the non-competitive selection form parallels that amount. And then the requirement to get bids or quotes would be moved from $10,000 to $20,000. This will help with reducing workload, increasing efficiency, giving some additional time as other workload increases. I think that gives you a quick overview of the finance budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for finance? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. As you heard me say yesterday, Dave, I was going to ask if you had any update for us on the follow-up to the municipal court internal audit of earlier this year. Given the background that we received yesterday from the city attorney and today from the judge and court administrator, I know that your department's role is relatively minor, but is there anything you, obviously not minor in terms of conducting the audit, but in terms of following through and seeing that the audit recommendations are followed and improving with our collections, is there any update you'd like to share from your agency's perspective in this regard?
I think it was covered really well by municipal court as well as the city attorney. And we are trying to provide support in that effort. As I think was laid out, most of this is on the city attorney in terms of how judgments are filed, and then also on the state collection service, which we're working with the court on that. So I think a lot of progress has been made, and clearly, as municipal court mentioned, there have been increases in collections with those efforts. So that's good to see.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously, I couldn't agree more. It's great to hear that good news. And then, speaking of the internal audit function, do you have any sort of quick update for us on where the next internal audits are being conducted and the timeline that we might see have an internal audit update or actually see the results of an audit here at the Finance Committee next?
Well, Alder Verveer, you saw the program that we brought to the Finance Committee earlier this year. We're working through that program right now. We did complete the municipal court audit, which we brought to you. We're still in the process of finalizing the parks audit. And we have begun an engagement with Community Development Division on an audit for during the remainder of this year. We're also engaged in a risk assessment process with all the agencies that will help inform future internal audits and emphasis areas in those audits. and we'll bring that as a part of the 2025 audit plan to the Finance Committee early next year. But as soon as those other audits that are underway or near completion are ready, we'll bring those to the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the update, Dave. Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Dave, I know we're not through the budget yet, but having done so many deep dives, because I'm working on a budget presentation and read every single page that you've produced with your team, I just want to give you my deepest thanks. And you have done an amazing job providing information, probably more than most people can absorb. But I just want to acknowledge and appreciate all the effort of you and your team. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. I do want to give a big thanks to Christine. She's done just so much work with this and helping to kind of visualize all of this and tell the story, as well as the rest of the budget team as well. And I think finance generally, because all of this doesn't happen without all of the work with our systems and accounting and financial statements and treasury and so on. So, but thank you again for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. It's a well-deserved recognition for our finance folks. Anything else for finance? If not, we'll go on to human resources.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Alders.
A brief look at a cute baby there. It was a little palate cleanser.
Yeah. So for the human resources overview, as you know, all of our funding comes out of the general fund. We have approximately 20 FTEs, and the percentage of our budget reserved for personnel is about 88%. Next slide. So I will note that we have 3 services: employee and labor relations, HR services, and organizational development. As I just mentioned, while most of our funding is used for salaries and benefits, we do have some purchased services. Some of those are used for activities in organizational development, training, and that sort of thing. Much of that funding, though, is used for things like required drug testing, testing services, and things for employment, so other required purchase services. We have opted to reduce, as a function of a proposal for if a referendum doesn't pass, a proposal that includes the reduction of one position by 40%, so reducing one of our HR analyst positions to 0.6 for about $39,000 worth of savings. And then about $10,000 being used currently for executive team development. That's work that's done to help support the overall function of different agencies by supporting more functional executive teams in those agencies, as well as some training and other resources that are used for HR planning purposes. So that's our total budget, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Erin. Questions for HR? Going once. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Erin. And I already gave Erin a heads up that I was going to ask this, by the way, if you received my email, Erin. But anyway, I realized that you just recently, Erin, presented to the entire council on all aspects of the important work of your agency. But given the importance of the compensation study, I was hoping you could provide us a short update on where exactly the compensation study is, given the focus of this committee and so forth, and how it is impacting the budget in the future.
Yeah, so that work is currently in both phase 2 and phase 3 of the overall compensation and classification study. Currently, work is being done by Baker Tilly to ensure we have appropriate classifications for all of the work that's being done. So they're going through all of the PAQs that were submitted by employees, as well as position descriptions, ensuring that titles are matched up to sort of known titles for when the actual compensation survey portion can begin. We did also, with the collaborative steering team, just decide on 18 different comparable organizations that Baker Tilly will be reaching out to complete a survey, in addition to the 3 private sources, 3 private indexes that they use, indices they use to provide sort of that private sector comparison in the market. So they're in both of those 2 phases right now. We did just complete identification of those comparable organizations about 2 weeks ago. And so they'll be finalizing the survey, and then once they have all of the job titles matched up, they'll be sending out those surveys within the next month or so. I will just note that that compensation study will give us a very needed insight into how well we're lined up with the market and public sector comparables. We haven't done one, as you know, for the last 30 years at least, and even that one had never been implemented. And so there are certainly areas where we could be pretty significantly out of market, considering that we use a very internally focused classification review process currently. And so will be, a big part of that process will include training all of our analysts to use that process. But I'll also note that if a referendum doesn't pass, that is going to have the largest impact on our HR services unit that's responsible for job postings and recruitment, as well as classification, and so may limit what we're able to do on the compensation and classification side with fewer staff in those roles.
Yeah, thank you for all that. As you obviously well know, and I hope we all know, one of Baker Tilly's recommendations that we implemented, of course, was the June 1st moratorium on new position study requests being accepted by your office. I was curious, because I can't remember, how long do we anticipate that moratorium on reclass requests will last? Is that a full 12 months? Is it the completion of the Baker Tilly's work in all regards? Remind me how long that moratorium would last, please.
Yeah. So we're anticipating that the compensation study will be completed by May of next year. And so are anticipating that if a referendum passes, that we would begin opening up the availability for position studies starting around June 1st of next year. So it would be a full 12-month pause, but would also anticipate potentially extending that pause. As you may know, our personnel rules indicate that once a position has been studied, there's 3 years that position has to go with changes until it can be restudied. And so dependent upon our staffing capacity and whether or not a referendum passes, we may be seeking additional feedback and looking at potentially extending that timeline. But if all goes well and we have full staffing, we would anticipate June 1st being that date that we restart that process. Excuse me.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that. I couldn't remember if it was the full 12 months, but I thought it was. And then just lastly, can you answer one more quick question or?
Yeah,
okay, that's because we should. I can shut up, or you can let you get water or something. But I was just curious. Approximately how many pending position studies would you say are still in the pipeline that were submitted to your colleagues, your office, prior to the June 1st date?
Yep. So all of our position studies will have been completed by the end of this month. It seems like maybe there was one or two left, except for a few that we put on hold pending the outcome of the compensation study, but intend on making retroactive if the compensation study provides. It was for a sort of large group position study requests. So there were a couple of those, including, for example, fleet techs and library supervisors. So there are a couple of those that are outstanding that we have intentionally on hold. But other than that, they're all completed.
Okay. Thanks so much for the update. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
I should also mention we did agree to finalize the restructures that we had going on in housing, parking, and finance. And we are still working through some of those processes with those 3 units.
Okay, so thank you. So we might still see those on the summaries to the personnel board and this committee.
Might. Mm-hmm, you may.
So we shouldn't be surprised that those are still proceeding then.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Erin.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional questions for HR? Seeing none, thank you, Erin. And we will go on to information technology.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. With me tonight is Amanda Liff-Johan, our IT Administrative Finance and Project Portfolio Manager. Information Technology is a general fund agency with a total budget of $11 million divided across 6 services. We have a total of actually 59 full-time employees with 4 positions funded by other agencies to support their IT needs. We currently have 5 open positions. 2 of them are in the recruitment process and will support other agencies' IT needs, and 2 of them are open to assist in hitting our 99% target for 2024, and the final position was left open due to the implications of the 2025 budget reduction scenarios. As you may have noted, in the past several years, the IT operating budget has increased. This is not due to an increase in staffing. Instead, it's due to rising prices for IT cloud services, such as software and maintenance, which increases the IT services expense. As vendors move to only offering and maintaining their systems in the cloud environments, we will continue to see a rise in IT's operating services budget. Next slide, please, Christine. Thank you. The IT operating budget is comprised of 2 major funding priorities: salaries and benefits, which is about 52% of the IT budget, and services and maintenance, which is about 48% of the IT budget. For the 2025 budget year, we have 6 new results: Madison Services, Business Solutions, Collaboration, Communication, and Portfolio Management, Contracting and Procurement and Administration, Digital Inclusion and Experience, Network Connectivity and Infrastructure, Security and Compliance. If the referendum does pass, our budget is a cost to continue budget. If the referendum does not pass, we would reduce services for the coverage of some meetings and other special event coverage. The position that supports these services currently would be reduced, and we would not be able to offer these services. And at this time, this position is currently vacant.
All right. Thank you, Sarah.
Mhm.
Any questions for IT? Going once. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. Sorry, I just can't help myself with this very easy forum to chat with everybody. So thanks everyone for your indulgence. Hi, Sarah, and thank you. I was wondering if you or Amanda know off the top of your heads a status update on the idea of having our housing inspection records available online. Something that this is a segue to our next presenter, Matt Tucker in BI, but something that, I've been talking to Matt about for quite a while, and I might have even asked you about it in this forum last year. I can't remember, but
Sure did.
okay. Oh, good. You have a better memory than I do. Do you
Okay.
do you have an update? I know you have a very long list of projects that your team works on.
Yeah, and I was anticipating that you would ask this one. So I did.
Okay, great.
So yeah. So and I'm going to tell you, Matt has been doing a great job pinging me to remind me. We have been, as you know, the PAMA project for the assessors, they moved at such a quick pace because they did such a great job getting that implemented that the time that we had allocated and had told Matt that we were going to be working on the BI inspection, we wound up having to work on getting all the integrations for CAMA completed. There were quite a few different things that needed to be completed for making sure that we were able to get data to engineering, data to building inspection, data to the council office. There's quite a few different places that we had to create these integrations. And that team is the same team that would be working on that BI project. So it is on their list. They are fully aware of it. I know that they've had conversations with Matt, and I'm hoping that they can get back to it soon.
Very good. So it would be unfair for me to ask, like, how many months it could be.
I can't answer that. I would love to be able to.
You don't think
I can get back to you on that, though.
Yeah, that would be great offline. I was just wondering.
Of course.
You don't think it'll be another year, do you?
No.
Okay,
No.
good.
No.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for IT? If not, thank you, Sarah. And we will move on now to PCED, starting with building inspection.
There we go. That's better. Hi, good evening, everybody. Matt Tucker, building inspection. Just get started here. Building inspection is a general fund agency. We have 45 full-time equivalent souls here. We're budgeted, currently 44 positions filled. We have one vacant position. And as you can see here, our budget for personnel is at 90%. So we're almost entirely personnel. Our services, we have 4 services. We have the building permits and inspection service. We changed the names on these, so I just got to get it right. Our weights and measures service, home and property, which was actually a merge of 2 services from our last budget that was comprised of health and welfare and systematic inspection. And our 4th service is the zoning and signs section. So we are maintaining our budget level as the same as the last year, the cost to continue budget, basically. If the referendum scenario, no referendum scenario occurs, we're going to be looking at eliminating a vacant housing inspector position, and we have a receptionist position that we will be cutting. We have a retirement pending, so that individual that will be in that position has a job. They'll be moving into a vacant position that's coming forward. So I really don't have a whole lot else to share. Alder Revere, we always have a nice conversation. I'm sure we're going to go there. So open to any questions, folks.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for building inspection? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Matt.
Hi.
I guess I kind of welcome the idea of increasing the fees for the AR The temporary, I always have a mouth.
TRH, tourist rooming house.
TRH, thank you.
Yes, very popular in your district.
I'm wondering, when Alder Revere mentioned those housing inspection documents, every month I look, and there's quite a few in my district of people that have opened one and haven't registered. Can you just talk about where that's at? Maybe it's in flux and you get them all, and I just don't always track it, but or not by eyebrow indication, but just help us see that.
Sure. So I don't know if a lot of the members of the council were in their roles when we were really seeing a lot of pressure from short-term rentals that were locating in neighborhoods. These are folks that would buy homes and would convert them into Airbnb is a common platform, similar VRBO, and they were basically creating ghost hotels in the neighborhoods and creating a whole lot of conflict with residents. And we worked with the council back in 2020 to adopt a new way that we can issue permits for these operations. And we really kind of, with the help of the pandemic, also kind of got these things under control. And we have a nice system in place for tracking, finding these violations, particularly the ones that are unlicensed and unpermitted, and sending notices of violation and getting them into our enforcement rubric. And really what you see, if you're looking at your Alder inspection reports, you're going to see a fair number of cases that are left open or pending that are out there. And a lot of these are ongoing prosecutions or cases that are left open by the city attorney with agreements that the folks are not going to restart their illegal use operation. Some of the Alder districts, particularly downtown, District 6 has a proportionally higher number of short-term rentals than any other district. Marcia, you win the prize. Congratulations. But as a result, you're going to have a lot more of those cases in your district. And our system really kind of works around also the vacation times when people come to Madison too. We see a lot of vacations or visitors come into our community in the spring, summer, and fall, so we don't have as many cases in the winter. But you're going to see kind of a surge to these things at that time. So what you'll see isn't necessarily no action. You'll see cases that are held open, cases that are referred to the city attorney, tickets that are issued that are pending in court. We're working pretty good, and I think we have a really good handle on almost all of the legal ones. There are a few slippery ones that we're still working on.
And so what are the fees going to go from what to what again?
Well, what we discovered was what we've noticed is that the application is a very complicated thing, and it takes a significant amount of staff time to process the applications and do the site visit. So we're proposing an increase in the application fee. This is the initial application fee which is currently $100 to $300. Now, we're probably only going to see 20 of these a year, maybe. So it's not going to be a significant source of revenue, but it's going to be more equitable relative to the cost to deliver that service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, I think you were next.
Matt, are you able to estimate how many FTEs in your office manage the supporting of the liquor licenses for the clerk's office?
Oh dear. There's probably like 5 or 6, I would say, that might be involved at any one point in time between the zoning staff and the construction people when establishments are opening and the uses are being approved and the plans are being reviewed.
Under which project category will that land?
They will be in zoning and signs, and they will be in permitting and construction.
And I heard you say something about the systematic inspections. Which category is that one?
Systematic inspections was merged into the new service along with health and welfare called home and property, and that's housing inspectors and property maintenance inspectors.
And I have one more question, but it escaped me right now, so I'll get back in the queue if it comes back. Thank you, Matt.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Matt, I guess I definitely am interested in your inspection, and you said the building permit going on the president's previous question, the building permit and systematic instructions. Could you say more about, how many of your staff are especially in building inspection? And more specifically, are there any challenges with out of state, I won't say owners, but out of state building inspectors or properties owners?
I mean, yeah, it's a good question. We have some property owners that are out of state. We have some that do a fine job using their own resources, hiring their own people to manage their properties. We have some that aren't doing such a good job. And Alder, I know you have one of those in your district that's taken up a lot of city's resources, where we're having to work with them extensively in regard to the issues that are coming up with the property in their district. And it's really a full service attention. I mean, we have police there, we have the city attorney there, we have folks from the Department of Civil Rights there, we have my office there dealing with the building code and housing code and property maintenance matters. We have, I think, probably it varies between we have the 7 or so housing inspectors, and we have a few property maintenance inspectors that are working on, these are existing buildings and existing sites, and they're kind of working on that area of things. They're ordering corrections and checking to see that those corrections have been taken care of, separate from the people who are actually in the world of new buildings that are being built, additions and stuff like that. They're not necessarily involved so much in these types of cases. I can't tell you, one way or another, if we have troubled landlords that are not local. We have a few high-profile ones, but we have other ones that I think do just fine. It's all about the attention that they put in regard to boots on the ground locally to be there, to manage, to be present, and to respond to their residents' concerns. And often, if they are not, we get involved, and it's reflected in the code enforcement work that we end up picking up.
And I understand that we have several of these properties across the city, and it does take does take a lot of staff time, especially with the attorney and then also building inspection. So I don't want to say hammer. It's like, what is it that we can, how can we hold out of state property owners accountable, and how can we make them pay their fair share? I mean, I'm just looking at the amount of time that city staff has been contributing to property in my area, and I also understand that they're also working on other buildings, and so that's a lot of staff time. And so, is it something that we can hold them more accountable to, and how does that look?
Well, we often say we note that we spend about 90% of our time on 10% of our property or less. I mean, it's the way things go. Most of the time, of property that is kind of off the rails, we have to spend a lot of time working on to get it back. But we do have a process in place for dealing with violations, for prosecuting those at the city attorney's office. Often there are pretty significant fines that come down as a result of that. If violations are not corrected in time, many of the violations are eligible for rent abatement. We have had a significant number of rent abatement cases, an increase in rent abatement cases. Many of these were common area violations. So like areas that were like secure doors, or areas that every unit in the building has a right to enjoy. So every tenant in that building becomes eligible for rent abatement. And that's a program where you can get your rent reduced if the violation isn't corrected in a reasonable amount of time. The amount of rent you pay, the landlord has to kind of reimburse you back. So we have a lot of these systems in place, and by and large, I feel like they're working well to deal with problem properties. We have we're always going to have problem properties is a reality. And we're always looking at new and other ways that we can try and efficiently deal with the problems at these, be it, grouping inspections and scheduling re-inspections at a certain amount of time. We go out and we talk to the people that are residents and we talk to the people that are landlords and talk to them about best practices and taking care of their property, all these types of things to try and get everything pointed in the right direction. But it is inevitable that we're going to be dealing with some non-compliance.
I'm going to end my questioning because I think that this is more of an offline problem that we can really talk about. And so I thank you for the work that you've done. And I guess I'm mainly concerned with those renters who don't report because there's a fear of retaliation. And so we've got to figure out how we can support those. And so that's an offline conversation that'll take more time than we have at this space. Thank you very much. I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa-Cole.
But will the pilot that we're running currently, will that be impacted if you have to cut positions due to the referendum, or will that continue on schedule?
It's continuing on schedule.
Thank you.
This is the programmed inspections in the Allied Carling neighborhood area.
Yeah, thanks. And then you were saying something earlier about adding a fee or expanding a fee to $300 for an application. And you mentioned that the application was complex. Is that complex due to state regulation, or what's the complexity of the application?
The process is complicated because it's a necessary process that we need to go through to assure that these operations are acting in compliance with the regulations and policy that the city has set forward. So it's complicated because you need to approve floor plans that count bedrooms, that can correctly indicate the numbers of individuals that can rent or stay in these places. You have to go and visit them. Oftentimes we find illegal remodeling or things that have been done to the buildings that never had permits that have to be straightened out. You have to help people. We spend a lot of time helping people navigate this because we want them to be successful. We want them to be legal. We want them to follow the program because it's better to have them follow than try and operate illegally. That's kind of a thing that's known about regulating these short-term rentals. You want to create more of a carrot system than a stick system to kind of promote compliance.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for building inspection? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for the shout out in your presentation.
Of course.
So obviously you and I had a very lengthy conversation recently, and I appreciate you and your presentation highlighting the two cuts to your division if the referendum fails. You already covered well the fact that there is a retirement, so there won't be a layoff in terms of the information clerk position being eliminated. I was hoping, though, that so you could share the information you shared with me last week with the committee as it relates to the CEO position. As you know, and we talked about the other day, you and your predecessors kind of have a long history of keeping positions open for salary savings, given, as you mentioned in the initial presentation, how labor focused your budget is. There's nowhere else to cut, and obviously everyone has mandated salary savings. But could you just share with all of us how long the position that is scheduled to be eliminated if the referendum fails has been vacant, or other similarly situated code enforcement officer positions?
Sure. So we have had effectively a vacant position or two in that section for probably about 4 or 5 years. What's been happening is our staff has turned over also. So we've had a series of senior code enforcement officer retirements, and we've brought in new people. We bring them in kind of slowly because we train them. We take about 1.5 years to train them, and we also kind of want to figure out where we're at in regard to the the need for the service, like the amount of inspections, the amount of time, kind of like, are we meeting our response times accurately? How are we doing on our responding to our request for service bottom line? An example of one of the things that we did a few years ago was we had a vacant housing inspector position that we moved over to a plan reviewer and building inspector position. We just kind of shifted it over in the department, and that person now reviews 1 and 2 family house plans and does 1 and 2 family house inspections. And that has significantly reduced the delay for plan review on house projects, having an individual dedicated to doing that work. And that person goes out and inspects housing projects that we might have one of the inspectors that's more appropriately looking at one of the taller buildings, residential buildings being built in the greater downtown area, for example. Like, they need to spend more time on the big projects. We can have this individual be working on the smaller projects. So we're kind of moving and looking at our people, or kind of moving them around to where we think the best place is to have them. In regard to our service needs. And our plan, with this position when we look to fill it, is to try and figure out where the best spot for it is. We know it was a housing inspector. That position's been vacant for a while. This one's probably been vacant for a year, but like I said, there's overlap with retirement. So we're kind of like in that cycle. And I'm not sure exactly where, when we go to fill it, if it's right to be filling that in the housing group. There are other needs, and I think even our data-driven approach to the service delivery is going to kind of help us in that regard. Plus, we're listening to our customers, and we know where our kind of demands are, and where we're probably deficient in the staff.
Thank you. So in the event that the referendum is successful, you absolutely do plan to fill the vacant CEO position in the new year. And we would not plan to keep it open for salary savings for a significant period of time.
I haven't been part of the keeping it open for salary savings discussion.
George certainly did. He mentioned it every year at this time for years.
He did what he did, and
yes.
I love George.
I want to say it goes back beyond George, but I don't want to say it was Linda Grubb or who it was, but anyway.
Yeah, and that's even before me, about 20 years back, Mike. So call himself out there. So the thing is, when you look at our budget, 90% of it too is people. So whenever we're looking at a budget cut, we're looking at cutting people. So that's part of a consideration that we have too. Is we want to make sure we have the right number of people, but we also don't want to cut people. And that could be a motivating factor. I'm not really sure. Like I said, I want to take a broader look at what we need and where our agency needs it the best when we look at filling that position. But we've already been having conversations to that extent, and we know that that when you look at the positions that we have are available, we could probably use a body somewhere, and I don't know if it's going to be in housing.
I understand. Well, thanks very much, and I will spare the annual discussion with you on programmed inspections and the graffiti copay removal program. So.
Oh, I was counting on that. Okay.
Oh, well, you already answered the president's question, and I know you probably don't want to go into programmed inspections beyond that in this forum. So I appreciate you looking forward to it. We can talk offline if you'd like.
Sounds good. Thank you, Alder.
Okay. Thanks very much, Matt. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Anything else for building inspection? If not, we'll go on to CDA housing operations.
All right. Good evening. My name is Larry Kilmer. I'm the Deputy Director for the CDA. All right. So as you may recall from past years, the CDA Housing Operations is an enterprise agency with a total budget of approximately $32.7 million divided across 2 services. Those services include our Housing Choice Voucher Program and our Public Housing Program. And in administering these programs, the CDA has a total of 55.5 full-time staff. As an enterprise agency, our entire CDA housing operations budget is funded from the federal government, specifically from the Department of Urban Development. Looking at the differences between 2024 and 2025, really the variations that you're seeing are due to federal funding levels, and more specifically based on funding formulas developed by HUD. For 2025, the budget maintains the same level of services as the current year. Since CDA Housing Operations is an enterprise agency, there won't be any direct impact from the outcome of the referendum. However, I think it's worth highlighting that the CDA does rely on other agencies, for example, HR, IT, Finance, City Attorney's Office, just to name a few. So we would certainly feel an impact indirectly from the referendum not passing. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Larry. Questions for CDA Housing? Going once, going twice. Seeing none. Thank you, Larry. We'll go on to CDA Redevelopment.
Right, Matt Wachter, wearing my executive director of the CDA hat for this. So CDA redevelopment covers all of the CDA activities that are not public housing or Section 8. It is also an enterprise agency, so it's funded by mostly rent collected at these properties. What you're looking at is a cost to continue budget, despite the fact that it jumps quite a bit. What you're really seeing happen is our pre-development costs for things like the triangle showing up in the budget, as well as some other modernization of CDA redevelopment properties. And then the big thing happening is that we have a tax credit property that we currently sit in a single purpose LLC controlled by the CDA. Because it's hitting the end of its compliance period, the property, including its debt and contracts and things, will come onto the CDA's books. So that's the big jump that you see. It's just really moving a property from an LLC that we control into our actual budget. If you go to the next slide. So you can see there that the debt other financing is really that big number that changes here in the budget. We have one service, which is redevelopment of properties. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for CDA redevelopment? Going once. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Matt, I don't know if this is for you, but I'm going to put it out there. If an individual is eligible for Section 8, are they also eligible for any of the ARPA funding money, or is that totally separate, since they're two separate programs?
Those are going to be separate programs.
Okay, so as a follow-up question, if there are two separate programs, that if a tenant is receiving income from Section 8, then they are not eligible or should not be eligible for receiving funds from the ARPA funding. Am I understanding that correctly? Please help me with that.
When you say the ARPA funding, are you talking about the former program, the rental assistance programs that happened during COVID?
Yes.
Larry, do you want to jump in just so I don't, you know more about Section 8 than I do?
Sure. I would say that it's not a one or the other. Certainly over time, if people fell behind on their rent and they qualified for that rental assistance, they could apply through the CDD program and through our partner agencies. So I would say that it's fair to say that just because someone's receiving Section 8 doesn't necessarily mean they would be qualified or disqualified from the ARPA program.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the answer to my question.
But to be clear, Alder, the rental assistance program is over.
Well, I understand that. I just needed a clarification on that question that came up, and I was asked that question and I didn't have the answer.
All right, thank you, Alder. Anything additional for the CDA? Seeing none, thank you, Matt. And we'll move on to the Community Development Division.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So the Community Development Division currently includes 43 authorized positions, 3 of which are currently vacant. The executive budget authorizes 1 new position that we sought to support the proposed creation of a new finance and compliance unit that will enable us to keep up with the growing responsibilities associated with an expanding loan and asset portfolio. This budget continues its emergence from the period of the past few years, during which a substantial amount of federal COVID dollars have flowed through it, most notably ARPA funds and Emergency Rental Assistance Program funds. Most of that money has been or soon will be expended, after which this budget will return to something more reflective of its pre-pandemic state. But there are still a couple of places in which accounting for that funding adds a layer of complexity that would not otherwise exist. For example, we stumbled a bit ourselves in our submission this year when we mistakenly sought reauthorization for nearly $17 million of ERA funds in our request to the mayor, only to be reminded that the use of those funds had been previously authorized and further reauthorization was unnecessary. I mention that because it explains the difference that you must have noticed in this table, in the other grants line, between CDD's request and the executive budget. And that adjustment, that correction, reverberates in multiple other locations throughout the budget document. Before Larry and Matt, I was wanting to say that CDD is somewhat unique in that the largest portion of our budget, including more than 70% of general fund supported spending, goes not toward staff costs, but rather toward community agency contracts across a host of program areas that have been authorized by the Common Council. And recall that we rotate through these program areas on about a 5-year cycle, in which we put funds out to bid for 2 to 3 program areas each year. Christine, if you'd go to the next slide, please. A notable change in the 2025 budget from last year is our migration from 5 services to 9, part of an effort to better describe how we use our funds. For example, where previously there was 1 service labeled community support services that didn't tell an awful lot about how that money was spent, activities within it now are presented under 3 separate services, including crisis intervention and prevention, child and youth services, and older adult services. You can see the full array of new services laid out in the far right of this table. And I just hasten to point out that the dollar amounts that you see identified for each service do not correlate perfectly to the amount of funding that we make available through our RFP processes, because these numbers also reflect staffing and other expenses that are associated with those services. For example, if you look to the bottom, the $1.5 million indicated for older adult services includes the approximately $840,000 available through the RFP, about which I know you've heard so much in the last couple of weeks, and which, by the way, this council increased by 7.5% a year ago. But that number also includes the staffing and facility costs associated with operating the Madison Senior Center. And similarly, the $4.5 million for child and youth services accounts for both agency contracts and the expenses related to the team of child care specialists that are responsible for accrediting child care providers at Madison. Okay, so the changes contained in the executive budget as they pertain to CDD are pretty modest. The budget includes about $50,000 in reallocated funds from several very small contracts, mostly related to the Northside Early Child Care Zone and Driver's Education Scholarship funds, to an area of greater need, specifically homeless services. As I mentioned earlier, the executive budget authorizes a new position. It also supports the reallocation of an existing position, an existing vacant position, that also connected to the creation of the Finance and Compliance Unit. Under option 2, in the event that the referendum is unsuccessful, The adjustments are somewhat more substantial and a bit more difficult. It goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. We aren't advocating for these cuts. I think it is everyone's preference that they not be needed. But if they are, I think it is fair to say that they will affect activities for which the impact of lost funding is likely to be more limited. More limited because the dollar amounts are relatively small. I mentioned the NECZ contracts, which we entered into, by the way, as part of a multi-year initiative that was funded by the Renabaum, which has come to an end. More limited because the affected activities generally don't benefit large numbers of people. Not saying that they're not important, but the impacts in terms of the numbers of folks that are affected is smaller. And more limited because there are other sources of funding involved in most of these activities. In the case of the driver's education funding, there's a new state initiative that looks to provide assistance in that arena. Dane County is involved in many of the same activities that we are in most of the many or most of the areas that are proposed to be reduced. So I know that you've seen the list of specific proposed changes in option 2. So I think I'll stop here and offer to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for community development? Going once. Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. I just think that it might be beneficial, Jim, given the public comment of yesterday in this setting, for you to address the concerns regarding New Bridge and kind of go on the record to clarify for the benefit of everyone listening in just really what's going on.
Sure, Alder Evers. And I just want to echo what Mayor Rhodes Conway said last night, which is that the issues around that funding process are really not an issue for the 2025 budget. The outcome of that RFP process will certainly be funded by funds that are authorized in the 2025 budget, but anticipating this funding process this year, we worked with Alder Verveer, you might recall, last year to increase funding for older adult services and that RFP by some 7.5%. It's not a lot of money, but it's comparable, at least comparable to what we typically see in years that we conduct these RFP processes. What this RFP is about and what the issues that have emerged around it are about is less about how much funding is being spent, though nobody involved in any of these funding processes would ever say anything other than that more funding is always needed. But the gist of what is happening in this RFP is that we have placed a very high priority on trying to do a better job of reaching a more diverse population of older adults in Madison. That's something we've been focused on for the last couple of years. You might recall that we worked with a consultant to engage the public, engage service providers, and engage staff to try to understand why it was that we weren't reaching a good number of members of that population in Madison, and so we incorporated what we learned in that engagement process into this RFP, and one of the elements of it is opening our funding to organizations that we think are better positioned to serve a more diverse population of older adults. And because there isn't significant amounts of new funding, if we're going to add entities or add organizations that receive funding, that money is going to have to come from someplace, and that someplace is going to be those organizations that have enjoyed the benefit of that funding in past years. In this case, Newbridge, for at least the last 8 years, has received about 75% of our total funds. And so again, to the extent that we look to move that money to bring other organizations into the mix, it certainly stands to reason that Newbridge would see their funding reduced, and that's what's happening.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that. It clarifies it in my mind, and I hope for people listening that they benefit from that clarification as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Thank you. Jim, I guess one of the questions is this, and I certainly applaud the fact that we have new BIPOC providers. Looks like, 9 or 11 providers to provide services to our senior BIPOC community in particular, but other seniors as well. But my concern is that
Alder, I'm just going to pause you for a minute because the RFP is not before us tonight.
Okay.
It's the funding levels for the 2025 budget.
I got it. Okay,
we'll have ample opportunity to talk about the RFP.
I'll take my opportunity for that when it comes. All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder.
If I may,
but he did elaborate on the issue, so go ahead, Jim.
Mayor, if I may, just Alder Knox, that the specifics of the RFP, the allocation decisions, will be taken up on the 23rd of this month at the Aging Committee, and then come back to this committee on the 28th before they go to the council on the 29th. So lots of opportunity to have that discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm on the Commission on Aging, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just, and I'm addressing it to you since I can't address it to the statement that an alder made. It does not clarify it in my mind, but the proper place to have that discussion would be, as Jim said, on the 23rd at the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I think the clarification we're looking for is the difference between the 24 RFP process and the 25 budget. Alder Uguer?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jim. Could you just elaborate a little bit on what we hope to achieve by creating this finance and compliance unit? You mentioned that it relates to the increasing complexity of our portfolio, but if you could just speak a little bit more to that.
Sure, Alder Uguer, thanks for the question. This is something that we've been focused on actually for the last couple of years, and came to this council, I believe, in 2023, seeking authorization to draw, if necessary, to draw on the capital budget and specifically the Affordable Housing Fund to support the costs that accrue to the division and staff that come with not just the addition of contracts and development projects that are funded through the Affordable Housing Fund, though we now are, we've surpassed 30 projects, I think 33 funded projects. So the responsibilities that come with projects like that don't end with our offering financial support to them. To the contrary, they just begin because there are ongoing compliance, there's servicing of those loans that follow. I think it's little known that the Community Development Division services a much larger portfolio of loans than just those that we generate. I think that that total portfolio is north of $100 million. So collecting payments, monitoring those, overseeing those loans is part of what we need additional help with. And then, Alder, we've just emerged from a period of time when we were inundated by substantial sums of new and one-time funding, but federal and state funds continue to grow, and there are there's a lot of administrative overhead that comes with administering those funds, and the complexity of some of those programs and the time that's required to meet those administrative responsibilities is just drawing an increasing amount of time and energy from mostly the Community Development Block Grant Unit. And so it's providing relief to that unit in particular to free them to do the main work that they're here to do. This is going to be a unit that will focus in large part on the CDBG unit and the housing activities, but it is going to have a division-wide scope because we administer hundreds and hundreds of contracts with other agencies, and so there's a lot of sort of behind-the-scenes work that is associated with those efforts, and I think it's long time that we dedicate staff to those responsibilities and meeting our obligations.
Thank you, Jim. It certainly has my support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional questions for community development? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jim. No, I will not talk about older adult services, Jim. We'll have a lot of discussion about that in the coming weeks, to be sure. I think just two areas I wanted to ask you about. It wasn't clear to me reading the executive operating budget what the future city funding is for 3202 Dairy Drive and the urban campground there. Could you explain what the executive operating budget would provide there?
So the Dairy Drive campground from the very beginning, Alder Verveer, I think you know this, has been supported with ARPA funds, and those funds are nearly depleted. The other large target of ARPA spending in this area has been the support for the temporary men's shelters. It's been a couple of years since I think we have recognized, when I say we, I mean city staff, I mean the agencies that provide on-site services, and I mean the handful of members of this council that have paid particular attention to that operation. It's been pretty clear that as those ARPA funds begin to wind down, that there would not be replacement funding readily available to keep that operation going. And so we have been monitoring those budgets closely to understand how long our funds can sustain that campground and its operations. We did get some support for the first time in 2024, albeit limited, and to some degree, not just limited in terms of amounts, but time limited from Dane County. So as it stands today, Alder Verveer, and we discussed this topic earlier today, as a matter of fact, it appears as though there is funding sufficient to carry this operation if nothing else changes, if no new funding emerges, probably into well into the third quarter, probably through the third quarter of next year. And so we'll finalize those budget projections. The funding, the ARPA funding that has sustained that operation for the last several years is in our current budget. It's not, it's not very obvious. It's not easy to find, but it is part of the ARPA funding that's authorized for unsheltered homeless services. And again, we believe that that there are funds sufficient to carry that campground probably into and through the summer of next year.
Thank you. And when you say, carry it through to the third quarter or beyond, with do you mean, Jim, only our funding or a combination of our funding and Dane County's funding?
Well, our funding provides the lion's share of funding. Madison Street Medicine was able to attract, working through the Homeless Services Consortium, the Continuum of Care here in Madison-Dane County. They've been able to attract about $200,000 a year of federal funding. It isn't clear whether that will extend beyond the third year that it was provided for. Dane County has provided about $175,000 toward that effort, but that was done with, I think, an expectation. I certainly don't want to speak for the county board or county board supervisors, but that arrangement was entered into with the thought in mind, Alder, that when the campground operation ended in 2025, that a good portion of those county funds would then revert to support the permanent men's shelter. So I think that's still the planning. There simply isn't sufficient funding without our funding to sustain that operation and to provide the on-site services that I think are absolutely essential to keep it functioning. And so in the absence of other new funding emerging, it seems to only make sense from our perspective that we work with the operator to wind that operation down.
I understand. And so your understanding of the 2025 Dane County Executive operating budget is that money indeed is to be proposed to be instead provided to us or Porchlight as the operator of the purpose-built men's shelter, and that's your understanding of the budget proposal as it sits now on the other side of the city-county building.
That was part of the conversation, Alder, that around the 2024 county budget and the introduction of that funding, first time the county provided financial support to Dairy Drive, but it was done with the understanding then. Now, certainly the county board will have to act to to confirm this idea, but the thinking at this point a year ago was that those funds would then transfer over to support the men's shelter, the permanent men's shelter.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And I'll move on to my other topic. And that's, you obviously mentioned in your initial presentation to us this evening, the proposed creation of a finance and compliance unit within CDD. And obviously that's included in the executive operating budget proposal. So I'll call it Budget A. So this is if the referendum is successful, we would do that. But perhaps you could take a couple minutes to just explain for us the need for the creation of the new unit. And if I read it's not clear to me, but if I read the budget proposal, it would have 2 FTEs in it, or would there be others that are currently in your workforce that would move over to that new unit? So it's 2 new FTEs are proposed under this budget, correct?
It is 2 new FTEs, one of which
was the senior center director.
Is a newly authorized position, and one is the conversion of a vacant, the senior center director position,
right,
to go to that unit, and then that unit would be comprised of those 2 positions and a number of other staff that are currently primarily responsible for some of the administrative work that that I've described. But to the first part of your question, I think we've concluded that we need dedicated staff, dedicated attention to these responsibilities as they continue to grow and to expand, and not be part of what some of these responsibilities are.
Yeah, certainly contract compliance has always been a interesting issue. Yeah, and then lastly, I'm obviously well aware of the rationale to not fill the senior center director position, as we've noted in the past, and I see Yolanda is with us, and she's obviously clearly communicated that to the Committee on Aging for a long time now. But it might be helpful again for those that aren't as familiar as, say, Alder Knox and I are as committee members, what the restructuring is for older adult services amongst your staff, and that reorg, and why we would no longer have a senior center director per se.
Mayor, I could do that, but I think Yolanda could do it better with your indulgence.
Absolutely.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Yolanda.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. So the restructure as it relates to older adult services, we currently have a facility operations supervisor who is placed at the senior center, and their role is specifically to provide direct oversight and supervision to the staff that are at the senior center. Older adult services, as you all may know, was officially moved into the community resources unit. I think it was earlier this year. I believe it was earlier this year. And as a part of that, the staff at the senior center have moved into the community resources unit, which is the unit that I currently oversee. Because it is now within the unit, we no longer needed a use for Sally Joe's previous position as the senior center director. And what I was able to do was to repurpose a vacant position at the senior center into a supervisor position, which is now being filled by our facility operations supervisor at the senior center. So the unit, the community resources unit, now includes older adult services, which includes the Madison Senior Center. I serve as the manager within that unit, but have a supervisor that is at the senior center that provides the day-to-day oversight and supervision of that center. Does that help, Alder Rivera? Was there more you wanted me to add?
Thank you. No, and obviously I'm well aware of the rationale. Again, as I referenced earlier, Yolanda, I just thought it would be helpful for my colleagues if they understood why we would no longer have a senior center director, as we knew it in the past, as I say. So I think that probably was a good summary for everybody, and appreciate you explaining that. Yeah. So thank you again, Yolanda, and thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional questions for the Community Development Division? Seeing none, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Yolanda. And we'll go on to Economic Development.
I'm stepping in for Matt Miklajewski tonight to cover economic development. Economic development utilizes the general fund to pay for its budget, which is 85% personnel. With the rest of the budget, trying to go to the next slide. The rest of their budget really comprising the purchase services, which is really directing funding to external partner organizations. So this budget is truly just cost to continue. And then in the case of a budget where we do not pass the referendum, the cuts that are being proposed really fall into that purchased service category, with $62,225 being cut from the Central Madison bid and $20,000 from sponsorship of the Madison Regional Economic Partnership. And I can take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for economic development? Going once. Going twice. Seeing none, thank you for pinch hitting, Matt. And we'll go on to planning.
All right, good evening. I'm Megan Tuttle. I'm the Planning Division Director. The Planning Division is primarily a general fund agency with approximately $5.6 million budget and 34.5 FTEs. As you can see, about 83% of that budget is related to our personnel costs. One of the things that I will note here is that we do have another major revenue source, which is under this other grants. This represents 28% of our overall budget. This is primarily funding that supports the municipal planning organization, which is part of the planning division. On the next slide, you can see the other services within the planning division. The 8 services that are listed on the right side of the screen are a significant expansion of the services that used to show up in our budget, just 3 services in previous years, but represents the same body of work in a more granular way and helps really illuminate the scope of the work that's done within the planning division. The budget also represents a cost to continue from 2024. In a situation where the referendum does not pass, there are several cuts that would be introduced to our budget, totaling approximately $110,000. Those 2 financial cuts would include the elimination of the neighborhood grant program and most of the budget related to the arts grant program. The executive operating budget also identifies under a no referendum scenario that we would explore the elimination of the joint campus area and downtown committees, which do not present a direct financial savings, but do offer staff time efficiencies that could be allocated to other priorities. I'll end there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Megan. Questions for planning? Going once. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Hi, Megan. Welcome again to the city and this unique and scary budget that we're facing. And I have to admit that it hit me in the gut with the cuts that were proposed for your agency, because I've just seen the benefit of arts and also the neighborhood grants. It's a way to, engage people and build, relationships in neighborhoods. So, I guess I don't really have a real question, but maybe you could talk some more about the 2 committees, because you made it sound a lot more tentative than I understood from yesterday's meeting and the budget book, that those 2 committees would on both budgets go away. And can you talk about what we would lose if we lost those, the Downtown Coordinating Committee and the Joint Campus Committee?
Yeah, happy to address those questions. And I actually may ask, Bill Fruling is also on the call this evening. I might ask Bill to just join me in answering this question. I think he's here. In terms of my understanding of what's presented in the operating budget is that the elimination of those committees is under the option 2 if the referendum does not pass, primarily as a way to help ensure that our staff time is being allocated to all of the highest priority work that is within the broader scope of our department. Bill, would you like to speak to the impact of those committees if they were to be lost?
Sure. Hello, everybody. Bill Fruling, Principal Planner in the Planning Division. I think the one that, starting with the Downtown Coordinating Committee, the DCC, it's hard to roll off the tongue. I think some of you may recall several years ago, the DCC was kind of reconstituted to really narrow the focus on the design and activation of public spaces downtown with a particular focus on Capitol Square and State Street. And so that is their primary focus. They also receive regular reports on happenings downtown, especially monthly updates from the mall concourse crew. They approve, their operating plan as well as the bid, business improvement district plan. So even though their focus is drawn very narrowly, they do play a role in some of these other activities downtown. But if that were to go, if the DCC were to go away, there seems to be a pretty logical transition for some of those responsibilities. For example, perhaps the Urban Design Commission can take on some of the design review. Perhaps the Parks Commission can take on some of those other responsibilities. And so it was an idea that are there other ways to fulfill some of those roles that the DCC currently plays? And I think as far as the Joint Campus Area Committee, that is a committee that also there are other opportunities to coordinate the activities of the university, and particularly their development projects. I think one of them, there is a staff level group that meets regularly to talk about those. I think with that committee, the probably the biggest role that the biggest difference is there is some neighborhood representation on that committee. And I think, like Megan was saying, it was really an idea that came out of really trying to sharpen our pencils and look at where we spend our staff time and how we can most efficiently make use of that.
So I think at the high level, many of those functions, we would be working with other agencies to make sure that we were retaining some of the kind of benefits of having those committees, just not as standalone committees.
Thank you.
Although I will add that possibly what you're hearing is that these committees are, and many others, are part of the process to evaluate our committee structure. And staff have been working for a while to put forward a proposal of which committees could be collapsed into each other or could potentially go away with their functions picked up in other ways. So these two committees and many others are part of that process and on that list.
Mayor, to clarify, so did I misunderstand when I heard that in my brain heard that the committees would be in both budgets eliminated, but it's only the alternative budget that is clearly stated in the executive summary? But is that
so? That's correct. It's only in the should a referendum fail that they will absolutely go away, but they are again included in the conversation that's already underway, again, along with many other committees, for consideration of whether those are bodies that we need to maintain and continue staffing. So I would say that it is entirely possible that regardless of what happens with the referendum, that they may go away. But if they do, it will be part of that larger process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to add my voice of welcome to you, Megan, for your first, we hope, many operating budget hearings before the Finance Committee. And also add my voice to Alder Rummel's concern about the significant loss of funding for arts in the event that the referendum fails. I think that would just be tragic reduction. Many of my questions were asked and answered about the two committees. I do have additional follow-up question or two. That was the main reason why I sought recognition, was to probe a little further about the proposed elimination of the Joint Campus Area Committee and the Downtown Coordinating Committee in the event the referendum fails. I'll just say, before I ask my question, as a further preamble, Mayor, that I appreciate you saying that I would much prefer to allow these two committees to be considered kind of en masse with all of the other BCCs as part of that ongoing project that your office staff and council office staff, among others, have been working on, over the last many months now. Anyway, so with all that said, Bill, it probably is you that would be the best to ask the question of. So when I read the agency budget request that obviously you put together as the interim planning director this summer, and saw the proposed elimination of these committees, as I say, I was obviously concerned, and I've actually mentioned to both of the very wonderful committee staff that we currently have for those committees, Dan McAuliffe and Ben Zellers, that I was kind of horrified that you had to offer that up as part of your 5% reduction. And I also told them I thought their time was much more valuable than the price tag you put on it. But I just wanted to confirm with you, Bill, in my conversations with Dan and Ben, they explained that, particularly in the planning division, that the staff has asked to, not that other divisions and departments don't do this as well, but that they track their time pretty closely in Munis. So can you just confirm for us where you came up with those figures of $10,000 savings with Joint Campus Area Committee, and then the $20,000 respectively for DCC, and especially that latter figure you obviously included there, I presume, Rebecca Kinnair's time that she spends on mall concourse requests, like to move streetscape furniture for sidewalk cafes that are opening and that sort of thing. And I presume that I was obviously nowhere in the proposed executive operating budget for next year, whether the referendum passes or fails. But can you just confirm that and explain where these figures came from, Bill, please?
Sure, Alder, I would be happy to do that. So as you noted, we all do track our time very closely. One of our timesheet categories is staffing the DCC. So time that Dan and Rebecca, some of my own time, some of our admin staff's time for the care and feeding of the DCC and attending the meetings, putting together agendas and minutes, and dealing with with issues that are specifically Downtown Coordinating Committee related, go in the DCC. They're recorded in that timesheet category. We have other timesheet categories. For instance, we have a downtown design and placemaking category. Not sure I have the name exactly right, but a lot of the activities, for instance, the Mifflin Street redesign that we're looking at right now, would go under that category. So our time would be recorded there as opposed to under the DCC time category. And kind of similar with Joint Southeast. It's really the time, those figures come from the time that we record for activities directly related to those committees.
And yeah, I think the important point there is that it may not just be one person's time, it could be multiple staff time collectively. And I think there was a question in there from you, Alder, that just to confirm that we are not including within the executive operating budget under either the option A or option B scenario to reduce our FTEs related to the potential elimination of those committees, but rather retain those FTEs and reallocate that time to other work.
Yes, yeah, thank you both. Absolutely, that was clear from the beginning. But and you answered and confirmed again what I had understood from your colleagues that staff the two committees, of which, for those that don't know, I serve on both, coincidentally. and have from the beginning of each of these committees being created. But just to the last point, just to confirm, is that do you by chance know, Bill, how much you associated with DCC? In your agency request from this summer, you put a price tag of $20,000 on DCC and associated design work combined, but in the executive summary proposing the elimination of the two committees, or consolidation, I would hope, of committees with other BCCs, it doesn't mention associated design work. Is it your understanding that, anyway, would it be the full $20,000, and would it also be associated design work?
There is still design work that we would be doing downtown. For instance, if the DCC were to be eliminated, we would still play that role with our staff that we always do. And I think in the budget that was submitted, there was our cost to continue budget. There was a budget with a reduction of 5%, and then there was a list of other things that could be considered. And I think the elimination of those committees and the associated design work were bullet points under those other things that could possibly be considered to kind of pick and choose a menu of. And so I think all we're really talking about now is the part associated with the committees, specifically the DCC.
Yeah, so we can take this conversation offline. Certainly, if at your convenience, could one of you share with me what you think that actual figure is for DCC? As you're saying it now, you probably would parse out the associated design work activity of your colleagues, and so if you use, again, not anything time sensitive, but
yeah, we can follow up.
Yep.
That would be great, Megan. Yeah, thank you. Just to confirm what you think the cost savings would be, eliminating the two committees per se. The last thing I'll point out, Bill, is that, you used a great example of the redesign of the 100 block of West Mifflin Street and North Carroll Street for the creation of New Wisconsin History Center. And that was actually a subject of a capital budget amendment that this committee considered a few weeks ago. And that will be entirely funded by Wisconsin Historical Society, developer fees, the developer agreement requirements, and if not TIF. So I just want to confirm that I presume that much of the associated design work, quote unquote, again, that's the phrase used in your agency request this summer, Bill, that you currently you and your colleagues have long billed for TID and associated your time, something that can be devoted to the capital budget, I presume. So the 100 block of West Mifflin is an example where perhaps there wouldn't be any direct operating levy supported funding for that redesign. And I'm curious, so would Rebecca and Dan and you be able to bill your time to that capital budget project in Munis?
Yeah, we likely would. I don't know off the top of my head how our timesheets are structured for that, but we have long done that for a number of physical improvement projects that are located in TIF districts. So we coordinate that with our colleagues in economic development.
Okay, I was quite. That was my assumption for a very long time. So I thank you for confirming that. So great. Thank you both very much for your responses. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I just want to be clear for the record that I think it's actually unlikely that the developer fee from the Wisconsin Historical Society will cover the entire cost of that project.
Yes,
so
and
I don't want anybody to think that is going to be enough money.
Yeah, and TID 50, I hope, Mayor, will cover the balance.
And well, that's a bridge that we'll cross when we come to it.
Yeah, thank you.
I am going to call on Alder Rummel and pass the chair to President Figueroa Cole. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a follow-up question on Megan's first comments about if these committees go away with if the referendum fails, that urban design could take up some of the work. And of course, I serve on that committee. So I started thinking, is State Street in an urban design district? No, it's not. But it does fall under the downtown design guidelines. So I'm wondering if you all had talked at all about incorporating State Street into urban design district, or do you feel it's okay as it is with its current guidelines? And maybe it's an unfair question, but just
well, not an unfair question. I think it might just be a preliminary one. If we are in a position of reconsidering some of those duties of the DCC, I think there'd be a number of things we'd need to talk through in terms of, amending ordinance scopes for other committees and figuring out what the right process would be for including that type of work in another committee's charge. So, whether it's connected to a district itself or just a more broadly construed charge for a committee would be the kind of detail we'd need to talk through. And I don't know, Bill, if you have had some of those conversations. Don't mean to preempt that discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Okay. Looks like there's no other hands on the queue. So thank you, Megan, for the presentation.
Thank you.
And next we have Christine, PCED Office of the Director overview. And that will be presented by Matt.
Yep. So Office of the Director is also on the general fund. It is made up pretty much entirely of personnel costs. And what you have in front of you is a just straight cost to continue budget. Services we provide are interdepartmental coordination. We have administrative backup for other agencies. We do project management and process improvement. We also have graphic design and our public information officer sit in the Office of the Director. Sorry, next slide. And so where we would look to make a cut if the referendum does not pass is that we currently have a vacant program assistant position in the Office of the Director. So we would look to take that from full-time down to part-time in order to make that budget work. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt? Alder Romo.
I'm curious, Matt, how long has that position been vacant?
Just for a few months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Matt? I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Matt. We will move to public facilities and that will be the library.
Good evening. I'm Tana Elias. I'm the library director, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm joined by Chrissy Wick, our director of public services, and Lori Suter, our accountant, in case they're needed for questions. General overview of our budget. The library is a restricted fund within the general fund. We have a total budget of about $22 million. And that is divided across 7 services. We have staffing of 138 FTE. That includes 146 actual permanent employees. And then we also have about 136 hourly positions. So roughly 65% of our budget is for personnel. The majority of our funding comes from the levy, but also includes contracts. Our funding also includes contracts from regional library systems and from private contributions through the foundation and our friends groups. Next slide, please. So staffing and facilities make up the majority of our budget. In 2025, you'll see that we've updated our services from 5 to 7, and that is really to better tie our results Madison measures to the work that we're doing and to separate out aspects of our public service work, which used to be included in one large public service category. Our budget reflects the same level of service as last year with some adjustments to prepare for the Imagination Center at Rindall Park. If the referendum does not pass, there will be 2 major reductions to our services in 2025. And that includes Sunday hours at the Goodman and the Lakeview libraries. That's about a $40,000 cut. These are extra hours per our employee agreements, so that does not result in any layoffs of positions. The other cut is to our programming budget. That's about $329,000. That includes 2 vacant positions and also about $87,000 in contracted services and supplies. And that represents about half of what we spend on our programs. So anywhere from contracted programs to art and storytime supplies would be spread kind of across the system. So it wouldn't fall on any one particular library. Just also highlight that really reduces our in-person capacity by about 16% of our total staff. Again, that work would be spread out, or that impact would be spread out across all of our libraries, and means really that we would be focusing on more staff-led programs, some of our community programs where they're kind of volunteer or community-led, things like chess clubs and book groups, and less of our more expensive programs, or less of our partner-based programs where we're working with other agencies or we're outside of the building doing engagement work like Parks Alive and family nights at schools and those kinds of out-of-the-building services. Okay, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tanya. Tana. I'm sorry, how you pronounce your name? Tana, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands raised. Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you, President Figueroa Cole, and thank you, Tana, and welcome to your first operating budget.
Thank you.
Public hearing. Again, as I said to Megan, I hope the first of many, many. So I think I have just 2 questions. One I usually am always curious about is if you could share with us what your approximate fund balance is at the library.
Yes, Lori, do you have that handy? Otherwise, I can look it up in just a moment.
I'll pull it up. It shouldn't be a moment.
Thank you both. It's information that we don't readily have at our disposal either, unless we ask. I was just wondering how it's doing. Also, once you find it, if you could maybe share any trends in terms of how your fund balance has been over the last, few years.
Sure. So currently, our estimated fund balance at the end of 2024 is $2.9 million, but of that, $400,000 is private funds and therefore restricted and cannot be used for operations other than what the donors have specified those funds to be. When I first started at library in 2019, our fund balance was $460,000. Well below the $1 million that finance staff had requested us to have in our fund balance. The only way that we can really increase our fund balance by any significance is salary savings, vacancies, that type of thing. COVID hit in 2020. There was a hiring freeze. People retired. We had open positions to the point that we increased our fund balance to just over $1 million. In the subsequent years, also coupled with vacancies, longtime staff retiring, being replaced with newcomers that are coming in at the entry level pay, we have increased our fund balance also through the salary savings that we've seen from that.
Yeah, so my recollection, it sounds like it's accurate that over the last few years, it's always been over $2.5 million the last couple of years.
It's been 1.9 to 2.5 the past couple of years.
Yeah, thank you. And you say that and that would be part of that when you said it's restricted, Lori, does include some money raised by the foundation, but the foundation has their own separate holdings that aren't in your fund balance?
That is correct. So when we receive funds from our foundation and we are not able to spend them in the year that we've received them, they lapse to our fund balance, but the very next year we pull them back out. So when you see that year-end snapshot of library's fund balance, it also includes those restricted funds.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. The only other area I think I wanted to ask just for some clarification on is how you're using the vacant library business operations manager position, and just explaining how the previous functions of that position have been now absorbed.
Sure, happy to answer that question. So that position was vacated in early 2024, and we are proposing to move those funds to 2 days of service at the Monroe Street Library and the majority of our costs for the Dream Bus. So if you remember, in 2021, we were asked to reduce our operating hours at 3 libraries. One was Monroe Street, one was the Alicia Ashman, and one was youth services time at the Central Library. And Monroe Street hours went down to 3 days a week. The library board requested that we take from fund balance and make that 5 days a week. We were able to do that for several years through fund balance, but that is not an ongoing solution to that. So we have split that position between those 2 services. Dream Bus has also been funded through private donations completely for the last 6 years, but that was not an ongoing commitment. It was something we had a 3-year agreement with the foundation that they would help us launch the Dream Bus and fund it for the first 3 years. Then COVID hit, and we were unable to raise additional city funds or absorb city funds to do that. So we asked the foundation for another 3 years of funding for the Dream Bus, and that will run out at the end of 25. So this was a permanent solution to those 2 areas where we were always looking for additional funding. And then in terms of the responsibility of the areas, I have taken on a small amount of that work, and some of that work involves liaising with the South Central Library System. Our collection manager has taken on the Technical Services Department supervision, and then Chrissy Wick, our Director of Public Service, has taken on the budget supervision. Does that answer the question?
Oh, yeah, yes, that you answered all aspects of my question. Thank you, Tana. And thank you again, Lori, as well. So thank you both, and thank you, President.
Alder Madison?
Thank you. I just have a couple questions that I already know the answer to, but because I had questions from alders who may listen to this, I wanted to get you to share it again. But I also just want to say congratulations again on the $4.25 million that the library was recently awarded, because that took a lot of work from the library staff and the foundation. So thank you for your work again, Tana. Can you first of all, can you clarify why Goodman and Lakeview, I think those are the 2 that will see cut in their hours should the referendum not pass?
Sure. So we have library service on Sunday at 3 locations. And as part of our 5% reduction scenario, we put all of the Sunday hours on the table for possible cuts. And we were given the 2 neighborhood libraries. I will say those are part day, so they're 4-hour shifts. They are extra hours, and they are really lowest business days. So when we switched from Sequoia and Penny having central or Sunday hours in 2021, and we moved those hours, took them in Lakeview. We really didn't see the same amount of business at those libraries, even though they're smaller. Like we didn't see the same level of business, I would say. So because that involved no layoffs and because it wasn't a full shift, that felt like one of the easiest potential cuts to put forward.
Thank you. And then do you mind resharing or just restating what the startup costs are for Rindell, for the Imagination Center at Rindell Park?
Sure. So that is kind of an ongoing basis. Let me pull up my numbers here. It would be phased in over 3 years. We're looking at about $258,000 for system-wide staff, 3 positions in 2025. And then in 2026, we would see hiring of staff for 6 to 9 months. If we are anticipating in 26 a mid-year opening, we need to hire and train the staff in advance. And depending on whether we have a 1-shift or a 2-shift model, meaning 8 hours or 10 hours, Monday through Friday, the total costs for that in today's dollars would be $743,000 to $928,000. And that includes not only the staffing, but the utilities and the contracts and the delivery service and all of the maintenance types of expenses that we would have, in addition to having programs at that location, collection as well. And then in 2027, we would see an additional $517,000 to $570,000 to operationalize those services over the course of a whole year.
Thank you. And then my very last question, what does the $4.25 million grant mean for the capital budget?
So we anticipate that the borrowing would be reduced by about the same amount. That is the intent, that all of that money goes toward construction and that we reduce our borrowing by that amount as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my question is just for clarification. If the referendum doesn't pass, what impact, besides the Sunday hours, is there any other decreases in hours at the libraries, like during the weekday on Saturdays?
There would be no additional hours reductions in 2025. When we put forth our 5% scenario, we had kind of 3 tiers. The first was Sunday hours, the second was programming, and the third would have been hours reductions. Those were not included in the 2025 budget.
Okay. And then also, another question I have is if the referendum doesn't go through, what impact would that have on the new library, the Rindell library? If it would have any impact at all, if the referendum does not go through.
Yes, obviously, we can only ask for operating funds for 1 year. So we have multiple plans in place for 26 and 27, but it would make all of those plans harder because we will already have sustained cuts in 25 by seeing those program reductions in the Sunday hours, and we would need additional reductions to move that project forward. So, for example, if we do see all of our 5% reductions move forward over the course of the next 4 or 5 years, which is possible, then we would have to make additional reductions on top of that, or reallocating existing staff in order to open the Imagination Center.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. I don't see any other questions. I have a question regarding the cutting the hours. You said there are 3 libraries. We cut in Lakeview and forgot the other one.
Mm-hmm.
What is the other one?
Goodman South Madison.
Oh yeah, the good South Madison. So which is the third library that has Sunday hours?
The third library is the Central Library, and those were not included as reductions.
So only those 3 libraries have Sunday hours today? Nobody else?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Romo?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Tana, for your explanation about the fund balance. I always pay attention to the enterprise agencies, or like you in public health, that have these things. So I'm just being reminded. So do you have a policy about how to use that? I mean, because part of one of the budget proposals for both budget is to take money from an existing agency and give it to the library. And my question is, could we use the library's fund balance to cover that 195,000 in costs?
That is a good question. I'm not aware of any policies, but I would defer to Lori on that. I think the one point that I would like to make is similar to the rainy day fund at the city level. This is one-time funding. So once we use it, it's gone. And we would be able to potentially use fund balance for a few years, but that would not make it a permanent part of our budget. And so we would have to go looking for additional funds after several years.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Thank you, Tana.
Thank you.
Yep. And we'll move to public health and safety. And we begin with fire.
Hi, good evening. I'm joined this evening with Brent Sloat, our Administrative Services Manager as well, and thank you. So starting out with an overview of fire, we're a department of 445 positions. Of that, 405 are commissioned positions located within the fire stations. Of the remaining 40, the bulk of those are fire prevention and community paramedic in the CARES program. You'll see, much like many others, 89% of our budget comprises dollars for personnel. And if I could have the next slide, please. What you may see in this slide is we've, as a part of the results Madison process, we have moved from 2 services to 5. In the rightmost box there, trying to more accurately reflect and be transparent about the operations going on within the department and communicated through the budget. I think one of the aspects that is good for us to point out that's not predominantly known is that we do have roughly $15 million of revenue generation that doesn't live within our budget, but is within the general fund. And those are made up of contracted services, fire inspections, and ambulance transport fees. Thinking about the budget itself, if things were not to pass the referendum, we're presented with a $200,000 deficit. About half of that we would focus on a currently vacant community paramedic position that is designated for CARES. That would essentially equate to a slowdown in any future potential for the expansion of that program. The remaining roughly $100,000, looking at that, are things we would have to look further within the department. We've started brainstorming, of course, throughout this entire budget process. We would probably work collaboratively with Local 311 to try to identify some smart areas for that remaining $100,000 of budget reduction. At that point, I'm happy to take any questions you may have or get into any further detail. I should have mentioned as well that the budget reflects no service changes and is simply cost to continue.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for fire? Alder Romo.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chief. When I read about the maintenance of effort, I thought, oh, there's no way that we would even try to cut fire or police. But then, the mayor's budget kind of offers these numbers. Can you help me understand how these numbers for your agency doesn't trigger, how it meets the requirements? Just sort of an overview, not like in the weeds, but just to help me understand why it is that there's this wiggle room.
Sure. It's a complicated aspect, and I won't get into the weeds. There's 4 major criteria for the maintenance of effort, and those surround things of FTE positions, response times, training hours, et cetera. With these cuts, because the one position is currently vacant, I think that allows us and affords the capacity that we wouldn't be reducing anything from current levels in that aspect. The remaining $100,000, again, we are, as I like to say, we're an expensive agency, but we're a lean agency. we really don't have a lot of areas to look that don't impact staffing, personnel, and service delivery. And so we would be looking at things such as, station laundry services, special team training hours, things that would not impact our direct response times, service level staffing numbers, et cetera.
Thank you. That helps.
Of course.
Thank you, Alder Revere.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Chief. Just to follow up on what Alder Rummel was asking about, and obviously your introductory remarks about in the event that the referendum fails, would you feel comfortable sharing, and appreciate, as always, the collaborative effort with Local 311 and labor management? There's always been, strong relations at Fire, but some more details as to how those discussions are going in terms of some examples you could share with us in the event the referendum fails, besides not filling the vacant community paramedic position?
Yeah, to this point, we've talked about global things, and really most of our discussions to this point have focused on the initial recommendation or the request for the 5% identification and cuts. Obviously, when we were looking at reducing full CARES teams or engine companies. So we haven't gotten too far into the weeds together. This month, we have our labor management meeting, in which case we'll dive in and dig into it much deeper. But our goal is to always collaborate together, work together, and identify things that we can sort of both, find as, mutually beneficial, if you will, or at least least harmful, if you will, all the way around. And so that's where I mentioned, we would look to things that we could hopefully find some other ways to moderate. So when we talk about things like station laundry service, it sounds like a silly aspect, but right, we live in fire stations 24 hours a day, and people have to sleep in beds and use towels and do all those other things. But there's opportunities to get creative with things like that. When I talk about special team training hours, we have contractually obligated training hours, but based on vacancies, absences, and whatnot, some of those training hours end up creating backfill needs, which create overtime. So there's some areas where we may have to look together and identify certain special team training hours that may only be offered to those who are already off duty and not to those on duty, which would require backfill. So we would look to not eliminate things or to reduce the capacity of what we do, but to see if we can, maybe tighten the belt, get a little bit more efficient, and maybe take a longer time to deliver some of those trainings to accommodate reaching everybody, both on and off duty. Tuition reimbursement is another aspect we've looked at. We have not had conversations with 311 about that yet. But when we start talking about $100,000 that doesn't come out of personnel salaries, we have to start looking at some bigger items of that nature. But I'm confident with the relationship we have with some meetings that we could identify those cuts if necessary.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds very encouraging, and I was relieved that it wasn't going to be anything draconian like the couple of examples that you mentioned earlier that we heard about this summer and so forth. So thank you for that, Chris, very much. The other topic I wanted to probe with you could probably predict, you and Brent together, know that I'm going to ask you about overtime, as I in this forum have asked you in the past, and your predecessor certainly in the past, as you inherited this issue, unfortunately, of increased unplanned daily absences. Could you just give us an overview of how things are trending in terms of unplanned daily absences, and you can obviously go into all the different strategies if you'd like, and how we're doing currently?
Sure. I'll start out, and I'll pretty quickly defer to Brent, who can speak much more accurately to the specific numbers. But I guess what I'll share is our number one goal, and I know I brought this up before, so cut me off at any point. But our number one goal has been to catch up on our staffing. We have been in the hole in terms of understaffed under our authorized strength. and have been trying for the last couple of years to increase the size of our recruit classes to catch up. And that'll be the biggest opportunity for impact, and has been. We've been making some significant progress moving forward. And I believe with the next recruit class that we've just been interviewing for, that's scheduled to start in January, I'm going to knock on wood here, and we know we have variables in front of us, but everything that we can predict should get us to full staffing once that class graduates. And then we're hoping to be able to carry that through 25 to the start of 26. Not dipping back below authorized strength, which creates additional overtime opportunities and probably as significantly reduces the capacity for the creative staffing program to operate. But if I could momentarily, I guess I'd like to invite Brent to speak to the progress and the numbers, and then I'm happy to continue with any further questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as far as, should I put my video on too, or?
If you'd like, some of us miss you from when you attended every single finance committee meeting, Brent, in the good old days when we were all in person every time. But anyway,
yeah.
Welcome back, Brent.
Thank you. So yeah, as far as unplanned absences go, we've been averaging just under 9, about 8.72 for the year. That's pretty much held steady all year, which it doesn't sound like a major improvement, but it is from how the year ended last year at about 10.1. So that's daily average. And just for perspective, one absence, unplanned absence, usually results in one OT, which costs about $1,300 a day. And so it does add up. But as the chief was saying, once we get fully staffed, meaning the 393 positions filled in 311, that will allow us to absorb those 8 or 9 unplanned absences on a given day. And we're able to absorb it with having sent homes and paybacks. And so we've had a lot more sent homes this year, meaning that they're sent home and then they work that day back. And so that's why we're trending right now. So our mid-year projection was about 3.7 million for OT. Based on through payroll 21, we're trending closer to about 3.2 million in OT, which is in line with budgeted OT. So compared to last year and the year before, I think we're doing a lot better. And once we actually get fully staffed, we're able to absorb most of those unplanned absences then.
Thank you. Thanks for the promising data, Brent. So in the 2025 executive operating budget and the overtime funds that are provided there, you're somewhat confident at least that would be sufficient once the January recruit class is assigned to their first tours of duty at the various 14 stations then? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, I think so, because our OT budget, I think, was held the same, the executive OT budget, as 2024.
That's what it looked like to me, yeah.
Yep, and we ended last year with about 7 vacancies, but we had, I think, we're at 23 or 24 retirements/resignations so far this year. And so if we don't experience that level of retirements or resignations, with the 24 that'll end up graduating in June next year, that should get us in line with being fully staffed. And so to answer your question, I think what's budgeted will be consistent with that staffing as far as OT goes. So I'm pretty sure we'll be able to meet the budgeted OT.
That would be great. A huge achievement, obviously, after many years of efforts on the part of a lot of folks I know in your department. At the time the budget was prepared, it does state here in the budget that an estimated class of 24 for the beginning in January. It sounds like that there haven't been many retirements or resignations that you're aware of since the budget preparation for a class of 24, or do you think the class will be larger than the 24?
Chief, you want to take that?
Yeah, I apologize. I shoved away from the desk for 2 seconds to turn that radio off. But if I understand correctly, we haven't had significant retirements or resignations since the initial, our typical push through spring. We saw them extend through summer a little bit more than we have in the past, but the numbers that Brent shared are accurate, and we don't anticipate many more, if any, through the remainder of this year. At this point, the projections and the communications we've had from the members thus far, we're looking like we'll have a smaller number, back to more of what we would sort of align as a historical norm for retirements and such in the first quarter of the year, and that would be more in the line of 12 to 15 as opposed to that number that Brent was talking about in the 20 plus. So I think with the recruit class of 24, we'll be in good shape. I think we're looking potentially to take that to even up to 30 as we put all the numbers together, really to put ourselves in the best possible shape and to maximize the efficiency of the recruit classes. And so that's sort of the working number that we're looking towards right now.
Very good. Again, thank you both for the promising information. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Alder. I don't see any other questions. I do have a question for Dave. There you are. Dave, to follow up on Alder Romo's question regarding the strings attached to the share revenue, can you please give us again the steps or the 4 or 5 reasons or requirements that we needed to follow for the fire department in order to not be penalized?
So very generally, it's the number of commissioned staff actually employed. So not number of positions, but actual number of filled commissioned staff. The size of the budget, a response time, and spending on training.
So none of those things can be reduced or impacted.
They cannot be reduced compared to the prior year.
Okay.
And I think I might have mentioned this in a prior meeting, but I think both agencies, both police and fire, we had to submit this for the most recent year, and we had to meet 1 of 3 for police and 2 of 4 for fire. And we did not meet all of the criteria. So that kind of gives you a sense of it's not like preordained that we're going to meet it even in a fully funded budget. We do the next sort of required date to submit would be in July of 2025, and that would be for 2024 actuals, and then it would not have an effect until 2026. But those are the 4 criteria for police, and there's 3 for fire. Right.
So and then to confirm the response time for fire is part of a statute, right? So we have to meet that no matter what. Is that correct?
The response time is 1 of the 4.
No, I mean, but isn't that also a rule, a general rule?
It's not a statutory requirement. They do have standards for meeting it. I know Chief Carbon could go into that in a lot more detail than I could.
Okay.
But they do have standards to try to meet, but those aren't sort of in law or anything like that.
Good. And then you're talking about reporting. So with this new share revenue package, you have to report twice a year? I mean, what is that?
Report once a year in July of each year. The Department of Revenue then reviews that and to confirm if you meet the the 1 out of 3 and, the minimum 1 out of 3 or the 2 out of 4 for police. If you don't, then shared revenue is reduced by 15% in sort of the subsequent year. Each chief has to, in effect, certify that the criteria have been met or haven't been met, 2 of the 4.
So if it doesn't get met, then the impact will be in 2026 budget. We get the $1.2 million penalty. 15%.
Right. That would be the next possible year that we could be affected, right?
Okay.
15%, which is about, you're right, $1.2 million.
I may ask you this again on the next one, but thank you for the clarification. Don't see any other questions on the queue. So thank you, Chief Carbon.
Thank you.
Good night. The next item in the list is the Office of the Independent Monitor.
Hello from Arizona. We're currently at the annual NACOL conference, and I expect we'll have quite a few questions, so I'm just going to quickly go over my little intro. So the Office of the Independent Monitor is a general fund agency with a budget of $509,420, and it is projected to finish 2024 approximately $100,000 under budget. OIM requested $467,608 for 2025, which makes up a mere 0.1% of the general fund budget. The national trend for funding police oversight agencies is that their funding should be around 1% of their respective police department's budget. The requested 25 budget is 0.5%, and the executive budget lowers that ratio down to 0.25%. OIM currently has 2 full-time employees and has hired a data analyst on an hourly basis with the hope that funding will be returned to this necessary full-time position. The entire office of the Independent Monitor is 3 people. Developing an entire department run by such a small staff has been challenging and slower than expected. Nevertheless, we have succeeded and achieved the staffing and creation of the department, all while finding and making considerable budgetary cuts. The PCOB came together in the pandemic and created this office through extreme effort and dedication. The development of the OIM began in earnest with the monitor's start at the beginning of 2023, and excluding a 3-month medical leave, this department has been built by 1 full-time employee in approximately a year and a half. The OIM was tasked with a 1% cut. It found and proposed an 8.2% cut, in addition to the discretionary 5% of cuts requested by the mayor's office. Now the executive budget slashes the 2024 adopted budget by over 40%. I fail to see any such quote-unquote proportional cut the mayor's office boasts of taking. This department has never been over budget and has found cuts in both of its fiscal years. This budget eliminates 1/3 of the department's staff and assures its total operational failure in 2025. This office has delivered a fatal wound by the executive budget in eliminating the ability of the OIM to independently analyze MPD data. This is not just an inconvenience. It violates the independence of the monitor required in Madison General Ordinance 5.19 sub 6. Making the OIM dependent on MPD's analysis of its own data defeats the entire purpose of an independent oversight office. The OIM and PCOB have held community listening sessions, and one important detail that has been heard from the public is that the cost of legal representation in front of the PFC dissuades people from coming forward with complaints. It is for this reason that the $50,000 legal fund was placed within the OIM's budget. The executive budget removes this fund completely, assuring that only the wealthy may bring their complaints to the PFC while confidently and effectively represented. Under the 2025 proposed budget, cuts to the custodial building use charges produced a difference of $6,059. Cuts to the program supplies generally produced a difference of $4,000. Combined, this exceeds the expectation of the 99% budget target, as 1% of the OIM's 2024 budget is only $4,723. OIM originally identified a 5% cut in the event of a no referendum scenario, planning to reduce the training budgets for the PCOB by utilizing recorded training sessions. Now, the no referendum option is a total end of funding for the OIM and the PCOB. The impact of a no referendum scenario would see the end of Madison's community oversight of its police before it can begin, further alienating the public's trust in its law enforcement and the city. The office has been singled out for this deletion. There is no proposal to eliminate any other city department. Agency activities would cease altogether, and Madison will have wasted years on building a revolutionary new oversight mechanism, the first of its kind in the state, just to eliminate it as soon as it became operational. The first and last annual report of the OIM then will reflect the procedures developed by the PCOB and the OIM, as well as the nothing less than hostile interference by the mayor's executive budget that have prevented them from becoming a reality. I'll take questions.
Okay, any questions for Robin? Alder Madison.
Thank you. Can you just share any, first of all, thank you for replying to my questions and sending me some information pretty quickly with a quick turnaround. But can you just share any data analysis on the financial benefits of the PCOB and your work, particularly in preventing lawsuits and reducing legal settlements related to MPD misconduct, potential misconduct?
I would have to ask the city attorney's office as far as like what the settlement amounts are per year. But as far as the long-term benefits, yes, oversight has been shown to reduce the chances of such litigation. And it invites more opportunities for mediation between aggrieved individuals and the police department, and for a mutual and collective movement forward into reform to avoid even more future lawsuits that might arise from the incident being repeated.
Gotcha. And then are you aware, or are one of the attorneys aware of any recent lawsuits since we began this work to create the PCOB and your role?
I'm only familiar with a lawsuit that was against the OIM in relation to not being hired.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Madison. Alder Evers.
Thank you, President. And hey, Robin.
Hey.
Thanks for being here. Is there a queue of complaints waiting to be presented? Have you accumulated complaints in the past year and a half or 2 years as you're setting up this process?
So far, we have a backlog of 4 complaints. However, these complaints will need to be re-entered into to fit within the complaint process as it rolls out. So technically, no complaints for the queue, but realistically, we have 4 that will be entered immediately.
And you spoke of this complaint process. Where does it stand, and please explain why it's taken so long to. It sort of doesn't seem like it's that hard to come up with a complaint process. Why is it taken 2 years or a year and a half, as you say, to articulate and set out a complaint process that passes muster?
Well, I'd be happy to answer that. So first, I came into this position and there is nothing within the state that I can copy off of. So we had to build this from the ground up. And that started with my own personal training. I attended the NACOL annual conference last year and attended a large amount of these kind of training sessions. I did a lot of reading. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of communication with other offices across the country. In particular, I spoke with the New Orleans office, or the New Orleans Independent Monitor, and I've been in contact with believe he's the IG in Sonoma County, California. Now, just making a bunch of network connections hasn't been enough to suddenly know exactly everything that we need to do as far as to create an equitable process. And more importantly, it shouldn't just be on me to come up with an entire process for Madison's community. So the next step was going to the Madison community and asking them for input. This happened in the last half of last year. And throughout that process, we held community listening sessions and asked pointed questions about what the community would like to see in a complaint process, which raised several logistical issues, such as those involving anonymity of complaints and the overall staffing problem that we would have of only having 3 people and 1 investigator myself. So with trying to essentially create a process that when every other agency out in the country has got a staff of multiple people and investigators, the process took so long because we were trying to find a way to fit all of that work into a process of only 3 people.
But still, it would seem that the fact that we don't yet have a form for someone to fill out to file a complaint with PFC after all this time, couldn't we have just come up with a form? And a
form was completed in the spring of last year.
But has that form been published and made available to anyone yet?
No, as the complaint process is not rolled out, but all of this is expected to be public within the next 2 weeks as we refill the board.
And then when did the terms for the members of the board elapse?
At the end of September.
I'm curious why they elapsed, and why hasn't there been a segue into getting a smooth board in place? I mean, why, from people who have attended these meetings, they honestly, including supporters, feel there's a fair amount of dysfunction with this board. It would seem like having a committee that survives the transition from when people are termed out and new people coming on. Explain why that process broke down.
So we were having difficulty getting the necessary number of nominees from the partnering community organizations. All in all, we had a significant lack of community engagement in the past few months, in particular with those community partners. So what we have done in the last month in particular has been pushing for that recruitment. And at this point, we have 11 applications and are expecting more in the coming days. We will have a list ready to present to the mayor's office and common council at the start of next week.
All right, I see I have colleagues with questions. I'll reserve mine and perhaps later in the conversation or reach out to you offline. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder Evers. The next person on the queue is Alder Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Robin. Thanks for being here. My questions are similar to what Alder Evers was saying, but on a contextual level. Could you share with us some of the challenges that you've experienced in terms of being the first IM, establishing the office, staffing the board, and any attempts or contacts that you've made with caveat to the second question? Understanding that the importance of the OIM and PCOB and your role is independence from the law enforcement agency as well as politicians, but obviously new and being passed by the Common Council, the council would support, I think, if they knew that things were a struggle or a challenge. So I guess help us understand contextually some of the challenges you've encountered with some of the things you were just asked about, but also any attempts to reach out to members of the Common Council, whether that's leadership or supportive alders, in identifying or getting some assistance through those challenges.
Sure. So probably the first and most pressing challenge that I faced when I started was the very nature of the independence of the office. It like there was this like running motto that like I kept hoping was going to be real, which was independent but not isolated. And ultimately, we had to like be very careful about like what the connection is between this office and the mayor's office and the common council and the MPD, because as stated earlier, Madison General Ordinance 5.19 sub 6 like is very clear about like the entanglements between this office and MPD that it does not want to see. So with that in mind, I needed to essentially like create an entire or build an entire department in a city in which I have not worked. This is my first time being a department head, so I will fully recognize that there was a learning curve there. And in the process of doing this, I have received assistance from several members of the Common Council, in particular, President Figueroa Cole. And I have received that kind of support. However, I think that the ultimate nail in the coffin, I guess, as far as the productivity of last year was, unfortunately, the PCOB began meeting almost every single week. And if this was a massive increase from 12 times a year, and I didn't have the staff to manage and prepare for and do all of those meetings and hold all of those meetings, staff all those meetings, and run all of the projects that are coming from those meetings, and do basically anything else. I instead was focusing for the first year on running those meetings and making sure that the PCOB was meeting and discussing the topics that I needed them to be discussing, so as to educate my drafting of policies and processes. And as a result of that, at the end of last year, I finally finished a memorandum of understanding with MPD. We agreed on that. I think it was like January 4th of this year. So up until that point, we were just kind of building around like what are the actual privileges and limitations, and what can we do to make sure that law enforcement sensitive information can be passed over to the monitor without jeopardizing ongoing investigations. And I can tell you, as somebody that has worked with police records for several years, that like every single one of them is very complicated. And if you can imagine the type of exception that might apply to a record, it can probably be found in a police department somewhere. So by the start of this year, we had a memorandum of understanding. My health deteriorated and I needed to take a leave of absence. But upon returning, we finished the hiring of both positions for the office, and we now have a complaint process that is almost fully, my draft is almost fully complete. I wanted to run through DCR to get like a plain language analysis of it so that it doesn't read so legalese. But I plan to present that at the next PCOB meeting, which with the new members coming in would hopefully be on Halloween, October 31st. I'm sorry, does that answer your question? I know I kind of got lost in the weeds there.
Yeah, for the most part. Thank you. I'll yield. Looks like President Figueroa Cole stepped away.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why the camera is off. I don't know what's going on. All right. And what I repeat what I was saying. Thank you, Alder Carey. And next person on the queue is Alder Madison.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the PCOB itself, because in our discussion by email, it looks like there were some positive updates. So can you just talk about what you've been able to you and the program manager have been able to do to update policies or just create new processes to ensure or increase participation, I guess?
Yeah, sure. So at the end of last year, well, I guess technically it started in the summer of last year. The Policy and Procedure Subcommittee, was formed, and one of the first items that that subcommittee worked on addressing was the issue of habitual absences of members of the board. These absences were causing a real concern, considering that these board members were receiving stipends. So the first policy that we passed was an attendance-based policy. This attendance policy basically follows the currently existing Madison ordinance on boards and commissions in relation to notifying the mayor of a significant amount of absence. But additional aspects to the policy were created to further communication between board leadership and the office and any absent members. When this policy was passed, it rolled right into the next project, which was to make stipends based on attendance, so that a absent member is not receiving a stipend. So that was all passed by the end of last year. My memory gets a little bit fuzzy in last winter. But I'm pretty sure it was all passed just before the turn of the year. And throughout the course of this effort, we have also been able to start a conversation on analyzing the MPD 5-year strategic plan and tying that into the recommendations that were listed in the ad hoc committee report. So the PCOB, ultimately, it has had its complications, but it has also been able to find and fix these complications. It's been a bumpy road, and ultimately, we are looking at a full board again here very, very soon, just with the sheer number of applications that we are receiving. This is a far cry from hardly being able to receive one nomination from a community org this time last year. So at this point, I think that the PCOB is going to be probably restructuring some of its subcommittees. I think that the complaint process subcommittee, for example, would be disbanded, as it hasn't been able to meet in quite a while. And its use is going to be outlived as the complaint process is complete. But it was in that complaint process subcommittee that the form I mentioned earlier was workshopped and finalized by, I think it was May of 2023.
Thank you. And just to clarify one point about the partner agencies, it sounds like most of them, or if not all of them, are still engaged, or can you just give a quick recap on what's happening with partner agencies?
Sure. So the first vacancy that came up was one that had been filled by NAACP. We reached out to NAACP and I didn't get a response. I reached out again. Eventually, they sent in one name, but not an application. I responded back to them that the ordinance says that at the time that we need 3 nominations, and I never received any kind of follow-up after that. So the next step was to essentially look for another community organization that might be able to fill the gap that NAACP had left. And in the course of hiring our office manager, we've been able to exponentially increase the amount of engagement that we have with all of the partner organizations. I see Chioma is on a meeting with at least one of them every few hours. So at this point, we are rekindling that relationship with these community organizations. But I think to some degree, that relationship just kind of faded as everybody got pretty busy coming back from the pandemic. But at this point, we are making great strides in rekindling those relationships.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Madison. Next, Alder in the queue is Alder Knox.
Thank you. First of all, I'm glad to see that you're doing well, and I can certainly appreciate some of the complications and difficulties that you experienced on your new job, as I was a member for 2 years of the PCOB. So I just want to acknowledge that. Getting to the budget, I think that's what we're supposed to be talking about, right? So you mentioned the $50,000 that is in the budget for legal services. So I'm assuming that's related to the subpoena authority. Is it or is it not?
No, it's related to appointing attorneys to represent complaints in front of the PFC.
Okay, in front of the PFC. Okay, that's fine. So can you elaborate a little bit about, I think, one of the uniqueness of our agency to have subpoena power? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. So Madison's system is really, really unique. Like I'm here at this NACOL conference. NACOL, for anyone not familiar, is the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. It's a mouthful. And it's essentially like offices like the OIM, but all across the country, coming together, sharing knowledge, and putting together, the best that we can do as far as standardizing the collection and analysis of police data across the country, which is very difficult, let me assure you. But one thing that always stands out at these conferences is I am constantly talking to folks that are like, they're bemoaning that they don't have some of the powers that our office does. Our office is unique in that it has both a monitor and a board. Most organizations only have one or the other. And then on top of that, very few of them have any kind of subpoena power or any kind of influence in order to actually like get the records that they're requesting from their respective law enforcement agency. It tends to be a complicated process and gets very political very quickly when suddenly now there's data that somebody doesn't want to turn over. So the fact that we have subpoena power allows us to continue along with that, even if if ultimately the MPD were to push back and the city attorney were to represent MPD in pushing back on the disclosure of certain documents, that subpoena power allows us that independence to do so ourselves and to come through and obtain our own legal representation and to obtain those records just through the courts are on our own. Most other agencies do not have that kind of power. They ultimately are entirely contingent upon essentially the whims of the electorate to change whatever their ordinance is and try and like gain more funding. But there is one aspect, I guess, of Madison's system that is that's different from many of the other systems that is a little bit of a problem. And that is the lack of two different positions. First is a full-time investigative team, and the second is a full-time policy analyst team. Those are really consistently found across pretty much all of the organizations around the country. Is at least they have somebody that's working on policy. They have somebody that is just full-time investigator. It's not that common that, obviously these other monitors are doing the investigations, but they also have teams of investigators, is what I'm saying. So they can handle these larger caseloads. And that's why, in creating our complaint process, we had to figure out a way that, the entire caseload could be held by one person. So aside from that, honestly, I think that Madison has got one of the best systems in the country, and what we do with it is going to shape the future of oversight. The rest of the country is watching.
Okay. And I think we all can pretty acknowledge we've had a very slow start in our process. Um, uh, you talked a little bit about the, I think someone asked the question about the complaint process, and I'm just curious, does what's the process for police officers participating in your process or even being the subject of an investigation? Is that clear? I know the citizens part of it, but on the investigative part of it, can you talk a little bit about, do we have policies on that? Where you go and get information from, investigative information from the police department, or has that been something that has happened yet?
So actually, I think that the process is going to be the same for citizens and for sworn to come in and file complaints, because ultimately I think that some of the most important investigations, the most important details of any kind of oversight or reform is going to come from within the department. And ultimately, it's really important to keep that door open and to allow for members of MPD to come and express what it is that they are observing within their own department, because they're the first people to see it. They're on the ground. They are going to be an invaluable resource for spot checking it.
Okay, so in that vein, do you have any kind of memo of understanding or some kind of relationship that's developed with either the union, the rank and file, the union, or the police chief in order to, be able to comfortably do that?
Yeah, we have put together a memorandum of understanding between the OIM and MPD that was with the chief's office. So that allows for the consistent coordination of these kinds of investigations. If there are any needs that this office needs in order to fulfill its investigation, we meet with the chief's office and we'll troubleshoot through those. I haven't met with the unions at this point, and quite frankly, it's because with the sheer amount of misinformation that I constantly see coming out of them, I figured I would rather approach them with the complete process and rather than have them cut away at it before it's grown.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Alder Rommel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Robin, for such detailed answers, and nice to meet you. I don't remember last budget, so it was a blur if you were there. And maybe we were so uneventful that, that's why we said hi and bye. But now you're faced with two different sets of budgets, and the one with the referendum, which, I'm not supposed to advocate for, but I'm sure many of us hope that it will pass, still asks for cuts to your office. So if we could kind of go through them and you could talk about the impacts of each of the cuts from notes. There's a big number of 96,000, which includes funding for the board, which includes stipends of about 45,000, I'm kind of guessing. And the other one is to remove the legal services for 50,000. The next pot of money is almost 97,000 to eliminate the vacant data analyst position. And the third is about 2,000 in supplies. Yesterday during public comment, Greg Golembic came and disclosed that he has been hired by you and the process to become an hourly, thus having learned that you weren't, maybe I don't exactly know what the process, what you were told, and maybe you want to share that or not, whatever, but as an hourly. So can you kind of tell us about the unique role of stipends, or is that like a given? Like if the council wanted to keep this, find money for this, are all these components? Can you go through them?
Sure. Yeah, so I'll start with stipends and childcare reimbursement, which is also on the cutting block. So these are important because the people that are coming to these meetings they're just members of the public. These aren't full-time city employees. They have other jobs, they have other lives, they have children, they have in order to come to these meetings that can go for very long and can be extremely detailed and time intensive, we need to make sure that like they have some kind of method of paying for someone to watch their kids while they're doing this, transportation in order to get to trainings or in-person meetings, which I'm expecting to have much more commonly now that we moved into our actual office on Thursday, and I'm so excited about it. So the stipends and the childcare are really important to specifically make sure that it's not just people that have extra time and extra money that are coming to these discussions, that we have a representation of all aspects of the Madison community, and in particular those that are that experience over policing, and those tend to be lower income neighborhoods and communities. So providing stipends to incentivize that kind of cooperation, I feel is very important. But I think that the most important cut that came out of this is, I'm on a bit of a toss-up. On one hand, it's the data analyst, because ultimately there's no way that we can do our job without the data analyst. Like I said, I spent a lot of time trying to make a circle out of 3 sticks, and I finally found a way to do it, and now I've removed a stick, so I just have a mess. And then as well as the potential entanglement in violation of 519 sub 6 that would come from having all of our data being analyzed and produced by MPD itself, because ultimately I'm not a data scientist. That's why I hired Greg at an hourly rate, is because I would like to get something done rather than wait until nothing can be done as assured. Sorry. And then the last bit, the legal fee or legal fund. So that was it's a really important aspect of that, because yes, as the union loves to keep mentioning, the PFC exists, but that's not the whole story. The PFC, bringing complaints before the PFC, can be very intimidating for a member of the public, especially considering the fact that they would then be sitting in the Zoom meeting, showing their face in front of the commissioners, the union attorneys, and the officer itself, and they have no understanding of the legal proceedings themselves. And they shouldn't have to. Frankly, that's why lawyers exist. And the ability to offer that kind of representation, at least in those kinds of hearings, is ultimately going to be relatively cost effective, because we're not talking about like a long extended representation. We're talking about a few hearing appearances and some further offline communication per person, and not necessarily every single complainant that intends to go before the PFC would necessarily need representation. So ultimately, the assignment of those attorneys is left up to the monitor's discretion. But the loss of that option altogether, that's the important thing, is that like when I put together the 5% discretionary cut, I did put 10,000 from that 50,000 fund on the Excel sheet for the list, and that was the hardest part for me to part with. And like I was getting concerned about like losing just that 10,000. Losing all of it now completely eliminates this service of the office.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Romo. Next person on the queue is Alder Evers.
Thanks, Chair. And Robin, following up on that, it sounds like this last function that you talked about, providing kind of like a level playing field for complainants to appear before the PFC with an advocate, so to speak, an advocate roughly proximate to the advocates that would be available to, the target of the complaint, whether that. Yes. would you say that is perhaps the most important element of the overview and accountability process?
I think it touches on the core ethos of accountability processes, and that is that, you know, we are all equal in we all have our dignity, and that dignity needs to be respected by our city government. So in order to do that, if we're going to be placing essentially the police in these situations in an extremely privileged situation where they're always going to have this union representation, and they already know what the process is. They they work in the city. They know what the PFC is. They've heard from other people. They know how all this works. But for some random member of the public who, I don't know, maybe they work at McDonald's, they're flipping burgers, they're not reviewing PFC policies or procedures, and having an attorney that is there to represent them, it follows along with that core, like the basic idea. I'm blanking on the case name. I can't believe I'm doing that. I think it's Gibbons. The right to representation, otherwise in court. It touches on that same like reasoning behind that the court had in finding that right, and that is that everybody has a right to be equally represented in front of the government, because ultimately not everybody has the same upbringing or background or privilege that they would already know various different aspects of that process and would be able to navigate it comfortably.
Well, my question to you is, given the relatively low number of complaints, we've got a queue of 4 that have accumulated over apparently the last 4 years. You yourself are an attorney. Why wouldn't you be able to be that advocate? Why is it necessary that we have outside counsel? I mean, I don't disagree with the idea of outside counsel, but why, if you're an attorney, or couldn't you provide that advocacy?
No, that's a great question, and one that I've gotten a couple of times. So there's 2 reasons. First is that we don't know if the next monitor is going to be an attorney. And frankly, being an attorney isn't a necessary aspect of this job. So what we want to set up as the procedure for the office would allow for that outside representation to be in effect, so that at the very least, they're receiving complaints today are receiving the same level of service as complainants 10 years from now. Then as far as why outside services are really important, and like why I shouldn't be the one that's advocating in front of the PFC on behalf of a specific complaint, just comes from the conflict of interest that might arise from later on when I'm making recommendations to the PFC for policy changes, when I'm communicating with them and trying to maintain that independent status. If up to that point, all they know me as is the adversarial counsel, it ultimately will sour the waters, I think, in a lot of those kinds of future negotiations and policy discussions.
So right now, the idea is that you would identify a coterie, a pool of vetted attorneys who would be available, and then a complainant could select from this pool, or how would this work?
So the list would be put together by the board itself, but I would have the discretion to assign attorneys. And ultimately, as far as the procedure on how that's going to go, it's going to be entirely dependent on the backgrounds of the attorneys that are put on that list. Essentially, if we have attorneys that are specialized in like criminal defense, then that makes more sense to apply those attorneys towards situations with like use of force or allegations of wrongful arrest. They are well versed in Fourth Amendment and all of that. But for other attorneys, we may need to go towards like administrative law attorneys, or ones that are more consistently ones that might have more background knowledge in auxiliary things, like, for example, housing or zoning. If somebody is homeless, for example, having an attorney that like has had experience working with the unsheltered would be of a particular benefit to that complaint, but it wouldn't necessarily be the right attorney to put towards somebody else in a completely separate situation. So this is the human element, is just like the discretion of selecting from that list. Ultimately, I think that it's fine if the complainants themselves like look at the list and they see somebody that they like, and we can set up a meeting. I think that would be okay as well. But otherwise, it's to put in that human element, so it's not just a random luck of the draw, which attorney do you get kind of thing.
No, I understand that. I just don't understand why it should take so long to put that list together, and why you basically couldn't put that list together. Again, these delays seem unnecessary.
I'm not allowed to put the list together according to the ordinance. The ordinance places that specifically on the PCOB. If it changed, I can go and put that list together. We do have a couple of attorneys that have reached out and have expressed interest on being on said list. We're just waiting for the PCOB to actually tackle that item, which I believe the PCOB was waiting until the complaint process was closer to finished, as it is now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evers. Alder Curry.
Thank you. Sorry, it's for a second time. We've had a lot of questions already, and I'm wondering, I believe Alder Madison brought it up in her first question about, or maybe Alder Evers, about litigation and cost savings from the city standpoint. And I believe, Robin, you were saying you couldn't speak offhand, and I'm wondering if anyone from our city attorney's office is here and could speak to that.
Attorney House, are you available? Oh, there you are.
Yes, thank you, Alder. So, as you may know, there were some significant, settlements several years ago when there were some high-profile officer-involved shootings. In recent years, there have not been, and we have several pending lawsuits involving officers, but there has not been a significant settlement payment. I think since I started in 2020, the chief might want to elaborate if he knows more, since when he speaks. But it seems like there has been anecdotally. I'm kind of told it seems like there's been a drop in the frequency of complaints and litigation that have been filed. There may be a number of causes. Again, the chief could speak to the training and MPD's, emphasis on de-escalation being a factor. When we have such a, we're fortunate in not having a lot of officer-involved shootings to some extent, but when it goes on for that long, you might also conclude that some of it has to do with the consistent training that officers receive. But to answer your question, that I don't have a figure for settlement amounts over a period of time handy, but I've been told by my staff tonight that the number of lawsuits and complaints that we get involved in has significantly decreased in recent years.
Thank you, Attorney. I know I put my hand down, but I think some of our public that has been testifying, commenting, have said numbers in like 12 million. So maybe I'll follow up offline to get that up, or Director Schmidtke can give that.
Thank you. So we did pull together some numbers 4 years ago in 2020, basically in response to very similar questions that are being raised this evening. And that was sent to alders at that time. There were 3 specific cases that were asked about. and the settlements in those cases totaled around $10 million. So the sum of those three. We can update that information, but as City Attorney Haas said, there have not been cases of those magnitudes or settlements over the past 4 years.
If I may, $10 million would fund this office for 20 years.
Dave, could you share the date for that memo or correspondence? Thank you.
I'll send it to the committee right now, and then you can all have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Alder Carey, any other questions? Okay. And the next person on the queue is Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, Robin, and it goes to the policy analyst, and you kind of shared briefly how important that position is, and so I want you to kind of take that and expand a bit on that. And then my other questions, and I'll just give them to you, and you can just respond to them in your order. What was your hiring process? What were you looking for? How many applicants for that position? And essentially, I'm asking how robust was that search for a policy analyst for that position?
Okay. So actually, we don't. I think there might be a miscommunication. I was saying that other agencies have policy analysts. What I hired was a data analyst. Most of these agencies have got a policy analyst as well. Ultimately, I'm going to be taking up those responsibilities within the office of policy analysis and drafting. But again, in order to not be independent but isolated, I'll be reaching out and asking for assistance with from the city attorney's office and from the Common Council in drafting said policies, as well as obviously input from the PFC and MPD as well. But as far as the data analyst goes and the hiring process for that, so shortly before I went on my medical leave, we were coming to the end of the posting periods of, I believe it was both positions. I think that they were both up at the same time, the office manager and the data analyst. But I went on medical leave, unfortunately, right before interviews were to be scheduled. So I understand that in my absence, there was a significant amount of applicants for the office manager position. And by the time that I came back, we had, I think it was about 6 or 7 of those applicants that actually came to the interview. But note that the posting went up at the beginning of the year, and we're scheduling those interviews after I got back in June. The same happened with the data analyst, although the data analyst was second, so it was even longer wait. With the data analyst, I think the top of my head, so there were 9 people that are on the eligible list. 7 people that are on the eligible list, but of those, we only interviewed 5. And so all of these were people that had applied for the position at the beginning of the year and then waited for me to come back so that we could do the interview and finally make a hiring decision. Considering how small the office is and how intimate this team is going to be of just 3 people, constantly working, I believe it was HR's advice that they should wait until I return before those hires are made.
Okay, I don't know if maybe I didn't answer the question. So what was your criteria for a data analyst?
Sure. So with the data analyst, there was it wasn't necessarily like a criteria, in the traditional sense of you must have X amount of experience or X amount of education. All of that is determined by HR and their job classifications. What I was most interested in is 2 things. passion and creativity. Because ultimately, one of the questions that I asked candidates, it was kind of a gimme, like a red herring. It was, essentially, what is one piece of data, one data source that you would check in order to make, that isn't police related and that you would utilize in analyzing crime data across the city and policing. And everybody said census because obviously there's the census. But what I was looking for was anybody that had any other ideas, anybody that would think outside of the box, whether that be like housing and all right, how many evictions are in a specific area? Or is a rise in evictions leading to a trend elsewhere within police interactions? I wanted to find somebody that would have that kind of open mind as far as to look at the same problem that a lot of people have looked at already, but look at it a little bit differently so that we can approach it a little bit differently and we might be able to discover something different. But aside from just creativity, the passion is also really there. I wanted to find, because again, this is a very small team, so it's like every single person is going to be basically their own little department or office within this department of 3 people. So I needed to find people that would be self-motivated, that wouldn't need a lot of hand holding for the day-to-day processes, that they would know how to, or that they would have that interest and that passion to create projects on their own, to bring those to me so that the office can work together and collaboratively put together the oversight system that Madison imagined. Does that answer your question, or I can go into more detail if you'd like?
That's okay. I think that's something that you and I can go into detail about. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a point. There hasn't been, or maybe there has been, but there has not been a definitive research done to sort of say that MPD's training, how they're training their officers over the last couple of years. That's why we see the decline in police shootings, for example. I haven't seen any research that that marry the two definitively.
Yeah, and that's the point of having an oversight office, is that they can go through and find those correlations. We can find those trends. But again, all of this is contingent on having a data analyst, because without a data analyst, it's just the investigator and the office manager. So we've got community engagement. We can bring the public in, but ultimately then they come in and it's just me. And it's just my opinion. I don't have any data to back up my conclusions.
That was my next question. I believe that the data analyst could help draw out those potential conclusions, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to conclude because I know I haven't seen any research that made that conclusion. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Madison and Alder Evers.
Well, following up with that, thank you, Chair. I also haven't seen any research that indicates that correlation equals causation. And a lot of the public comments tried to make the claim that the lack of officer-involved shootings or killings recently were due to this effort. And that's speculative. There's no research to indicate that indeed is a fact. That if we hadn't had this in place, that we would have had another 12 million. There's no research. And I also don't know if that 10 million or 12 million was actually paid by taxpayers, how much of it was paid by insurance. We don't want any of this, but there is a speculative element that research doesn't back or support either. So let's just acknowledge that correlation does not mean causation.
So
sure, acknowledged.
Yeah, any other questions, Alder Evers? So again, we are here on a budget discussion. So let's make sure we kind of get back to the budget questions.
No, I understand. I was just following up because Alder Madison made a statement about research, and I just wanted to also make a companion statement.
I get it. So, Alder Madison.
My very last, thank you, President Figueroa Cole. I just wanted to follow up. Robin, I know I've asked a lot from you already in email, and you've graciously sent me a ton of info. But if you wouldn't mind sending me or sending us, it would be helpful to see, because in other cities, they have researched how sometimes these bodies do attribute to some decreases in these kind of issues. We don't have it here yet, I would assume, because we're not up and running, but okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm at the perfect place to get that information for you.
Thank you. I think it'd be helpful for us all. Thank you.
Alrighty, that was a healthy conversation, and I don't have anybody else on the queue at this moment. So, Robin, you have some follow up to do with some of the elders. Thank you for presenting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we move on to the next item, which it's police. So, hello, Chief Barnes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being on and taking the time to go over our budget for 2025. With me, of course, is Assistant Chief John Patterson, as well as our Finance Manager, Teague Maurer, who will certainly supplement any information that is omitted by me. The police department is a general fund agency. We have a budget of approximately $96 million plus grants. The majority of our budget, 89%, is salary or personnel cost. We currently have 584.1 positions within our budget. Additionally, in previous years, you've seen two services, field and support. This year, you will note a change in that we have broken it out into 6 specific services, being administrative, community support, criminal investigations, patrol operations, and traffic services, and additionally, training. You know, it's interesting trying to quantify the services that police provide. I always say that, we don't provide a service. We are a service. Everything that I mentioned is certainly transferable to every officer. Every officer does administrative work. Every officer does training. Every officer does some type of criminal investigations. So we do the best we can to break those out into a way that makes sense fiscally, and you see that reflected. We were asked to give 2 scenarios. The first is a referendum pass scenario, which would be no major changes, in which we would occur a 1% reduction using salary savings from holding positions vacant, reducing the academy size, and delaying services or supplies. We've done this, I think, every year since I've been here and been able to manage that somewhat successfully. The last scenario was a no referendum, which would give us a slight cut. To do that, we're proposing a 100% cut in a civilian traffic position, which is vacant now, as well as a vacant civilian records position that is currently a 60% position. And the rest we would occur by looking at where we are at the beginning of 2025, working with staff to determine what that number is and what we have to report back to the city to meet that $300,000 budget request. So I know that there are probably some questions that me and staff can answer, so I'll stop there and leave time for questions.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions for Chief Barnes?
Thank you and have a great night.
Wait. Hey, the mayor counts to 3. I'm actually count to half a second and they still beat you. Sorry. Alder Carey.
Thank you. I was gonna say no. Thanks for being here, Tegan and JP. My question is about the Madison Area Addiction Recovery Initiative. Seeing that that was included in the highlights, could you? And looks like the website and numbers may not have been updated since 2023, maybe July 2023. Could you talk a little bit about that program, the program assistant position that was added, and how they support that fund of $153,939?
Chief Patterson, do you want to take that?
You bet. We do need some website updating. I agree. That particular position is an LTE position, and it was obtained through grant funding. And so that's specifically was brought on to assist us with a lot of the administrative tasks and tracking of individuals who may best be connected to the MARI services and the diversion and deflection efforts. But it's an LTE holder. It's not a full-time position funded by the grant.
Okay, so the number that's in the highlight for us probably funds that and more operations of the program.
Looking for that highlight now. Just give me a second.
Alder Curry, I believe the funding is intended both for that limited term position as well as other efforts to support continuous MARI refresher training for officers. Okay. I think it's all embedded within that number.
Thank you. And I can follow, or I know we have some meetings scheduled out, but I guess I asked because I know we're facing a incredibly challenging budget, and know that it's a public health initiative of MPD. And similarly in public health's budget, or everyone's budget, but public health specifically, in looking for efficiencies, they reduced their budget or reallocated funding that was provided by other similar services. So like Narcan, availability, things like that. Obviously, this is training and it's a program for folks who have committed a crime and are eligible. Yeah, I guess I was asking in terms of like efficiency wise, or is there any other similar compatible nonprofits, organizations, people that are doing similar things that could be either collaborated with for keeping efficiencies in mind?
Yeah, I can jump in, Alder. I mean, we're always obviously looking for efficiencies. I mean, if you remember from roughly 18 months ago, we used to have an addiction resource officer who was assigned specifically to the addiction resource team and did, partnered with the MARI initiative and did a lot of that hands-on work. That was funded by a grant initially, but that was part of, the efficiency changes that we made internally. That officer position was later moved out of that position. And, some of the administrative tasks that the program assistant is currently working on were formerly, tasks that were worked on by the commissioned officer. And then we're constantly looking for grant opportunities to extend MARI. And the training component is really important. I mean, if we're not constantly reminding our officers of all of the options that exist in the community, then we run risk of falling, too reliant on arrests and citations to solve some of these issues that are far deeper, for people who are suffering from addiction. And so it's just an ongoing effort to constantly remind staff and educate staff, and make sure that they're, as best equipped as possible to pursue the best outcomes for those folks that are, struggling with addiction. And then, as a reminder, it's almost every year we're bringing on between 30 to 50 new recruits who all need to be, educated for the first time on that program, and other diversion and deflection programs. So hopefully that answered your question. I didn't go on too long, but we have some grant opportunities that we're waiting to hear on currently. So you may be hearing from us again soon with resolutions to accept those if we're fortunate.
Yes, you all answered my questions. I would be very interested in seeing some updated data on the progress and outcomes specifically for the deflection and diversion programs, but I'll yield. Thank you.
I'll add just one thing before we go. Certainly that data is a little bit old. We are in the process of redoing our website. We're working on a work group now with IT, but in the past year, there's probably been at least 4 publications on the MARI program. It is certainly a nationally recognized and peer-reviewed research program. I know a lot of questions around the effectiveness of a particular program. This one, I feel very confident in saying that we can submit or send you research articles that were published and peer-reviewed about the efficacy of this particular program.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Alder. Next person on the queue is Alder Revere.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you very much, Chief, for the presentation. I wanted to start by asking you the same question I asked Chief Carbon, and that is, in the event that the referendum is not successful in November, was curious if you and your management team have made determinations as to where the likely $300,000 reduction would come from, besides, as you acknowledge, the civilian traffic position and the civilian records position. I believe that's about half, approximately, of the $300,000 reduction that would be required. Could you speak to the other reduction and what process you and your team would be coming, perhaps have already started, in terms of where that would likely come from?
Yeah, I think it will probably come from looking at a combination of positions that we have vacant and positions that we could potentially eliminate in order to reach that particular goal. Also services, and it would almost be similar to what we do almost yearly with the 1% budget reduction. But if we're asking for a permanent cut, we'd have to sit with staff and kind of go through where our holes are that are vacant in positions, obviously, that we cannot move people to other positions. We can't do that. But for those positions that may be vacant, we may look to eliminate those positions.
And those would all be civilian, given the maintenance of effort.
Yes, sir.
Requirement by statute that all of these would be civilian. Is that correct, Chief?
That's correct.
Yeah. And then, speaking of the one reduction that, again, I guess is pretty much decided if the referendum's unsuccessful, that's this civilian traffic position. When I was reviewing your agency budget request from July, obviously there's pages of very draconian cuts that you had to submit or offer up, given the mandate for the 5% reduction. I couldn't find within the agency request exactly what the civilian traffic position's duties are. Could one of you, either you, Chief, or JP or T, explain to me what that position duties are and when it was last filled by an incumbent?
Yeah, I can take that one. Thank you, Alder. You may remember Fonda Hodge. She was the last one to occupy that position.
I knew Fonda very well.
She was with us for over almost 40 years. But that position supports our special events lieutenant in the traffic section and supports the traffic section itself with a lot of the administrative and logistics tasks. But with the 1% reduction, the chief correctly had to start holding positions vacant, and she retired right at the front end of last year. And so that position was quickly chosen to be held, and it's actually held has been held the entire year just to help us to achieve that 1% reduction. And so that work has been falling on commission staff. And as events continue to become more popular, obviously the workload has been increasing. So there has been an expressed interest to fill it if possible, but obviously with it still being vacant, it's up for a reduction if the referendum should fail.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for explaining that, JP. So, but if the referendum is successful, do you anticipate filling it, or would you likely still hold it open for salary savings for the 1%, et cetera?
Obviously, it's up to the chief at the end of the day, but I know my counterpart, Assistant Chief Valenta, has talked with me at least about it, but no decision is final yet.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And then speaking of traffic, and I'm sure, Chief, we've asked you about this, not only in this forum in the past, but individually as we meet with you and so forth. But the issue of traffic safety is obviously a huge concern, as you certainly referenced in your agency budget request when you had to offer up the potential elimination, again, if there was a 5% reduction of the test team. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are. And let's assume that the referendum is successful. I'll say that. But what your thoughts are about in the future strategizing to see if we could return a PM test team someday. There probably are not many council colleagues that I have left that were around when we had the PM test team. There are certainly some of us. Obviously, we suffered that budget reduction in a very painful, I think, profound way, given the importance of Traffic Safety Vision Zero, all the complaints that each of us receive on a regular basis about traffic safety in our community. Do you have any thoughts on that, Chief, moving forward?
Certainly, traffic certainly leads the department when it comes to complaints. It also leads the department when it comes to what we worry about. Certainly, living off East Wash, every time I hear, sirens, I think about, what the intersections look like because I walk up and down there. We definitely need a PM test team because the data shows that we're seeing most of our most severe wrecks after 4 p.m., after 5 p.m. for obvious reasons. The sun is going down. You have that in your eyes. You have low light conditions and things of that nature. But to move the daytime to night, I would lose the school zones. I'm not prepared to do that because you have many students who walk to school. And quite frankly, that is a big, high priority for me. But returning to at least an 8-man team would, of course, help us with traffic enforcement, accidents, things of that nature. But it would also help us during special events. As you're aware, we have been quite busy over the last month, and we will continue to be busy up until the election time. And when a dignitary comes into town, we have to have a traffic plan. We have to use resources to block those off. Having a dedicated team allows me to move people into position without the benefit of having to pay overtime and things of that nature. And so we're actually, doing ourselves a disservice by not having people who can easily step into that role. Instead, we're paying overtime because we quite frankly don't have the dedicated staff to do that. Those persons who are not assigned to a call answer position, meaning we can move those persons and change their workflow and change their work schedule. So I do think that that's something that I hope the council would consider. I think that your constituents would certainly be happy about it. And again, it certainly leads all complaints that comes to my desk about traffic all over the city. And so it's not just relegated to East Wash, Mineral Point, or the Beltline anymore. It's relegated to neighborhoods and places where kids walk and play.
I appreciate all that. Yes, very, very, very well said. If I could just ask as a follow-up, if unfortunately, us elected policymakers did not have the ability to provide additional funding and additional authorized strength to return a PM test team. Are there thoughts that you've given to perhaps reorganization of the services that you provide currently to try to beef up our test team, be it a full PM team or some sort of a, I don't know what, but a flex team beyond the current morning only offering that we are able to provide?
Yes, sir, that's correct. So most of you are familiar with the SARA model and the problem-oriented policing model. I'm writing a problem-oriented policing plan myself for traffic. As you know, according to stratified policing model, based on the complexity of the problem, determines who gets the responsibility of trying to solve it. And because traffic and traffic enforcement and complaints affects the entire city, it rises to a higher level. And so I've been going through the data, I've been going through the research, and I've been looking at what resources I do have. And so I do have a plan that I'm going to debut at our winter retreat regarding traffic. And so it will be almost kind of like a hybrid mix of using some of the CPT time, maybe a quarter of every hour of every officer in dedicated spots. But what I'm concerned with is the neighborhoods, maybe not so much of the major thoroughfares, but I do think that a lot of the complaints that we get are from neighbors in their community who are worried about traffic. And so we're going to put together a plan, and there'll be some accountability there where officers can work traffic, not just write tickets. That's doing education, that's doing speed enforcement, high visibility, things of that nature, even getting out of their vehicles, running radar, that's putting out the speed trailer so people know what the speeds are when they enter neighborhoods, and then documenting if we're seeing any reductions in those accidents in those areas from that. We're going to be making adjustments, and when officers work those particular areas, we're going to create a special code. It will be called Stratified Policing Traffic, or SP traffic. So an officer who spends 15 minutes observing an intersection or making sure people are not running through stop signs or stoplights, which quite frankly, I see every single day, that we can document that, and then we can make adjustments as we see it. So I'm working on that plan now. It's almost complete. I still have some more work to do, but that's something that I've taken on myself personally.
That's very exciting. Thanks for doing that. Thanks for taking it on your own right with all that you have to do on a daily basis. That's very meaningful, and I know we're all excited to see your plan as you develop it and unveil it in the coming months. So thank you for that. My very last topic I just wanted to probe is curious how we're doing these days trend-wise in terms of recruitment and retention of our sworn personnel. Obviously, a national crisis in that sense, and we were certainly not immune from that the last several years. I'm wondering how the trend is going, and are things looking in a more positive direction for the 2025 pre-service academy in terms of the talent pool and level of interest that we might see compared to the last few years?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. Currently, we're fully staffed. We are seeing retention not be so much of an issue as it was when I first got here, but that's a double-edged sword, which means I don't have the salary savings that I had in 2021 or 2020 because we have done what the council has asked us to do, and that is work on recruitment and retention. And so we're able to do that. We recently hired back an officer who left the department for another department, got there and realized, you know what? I had a really nice thing in Madison. I really miss the people. I miss the working atmosphere. And we were able to hire her back with no issues. So I'm really excited about that opportunity. And, when people return or call back and say, I want to return there to where I used to work, that says a lot for the culture. It says a lot for, how they feel about the city of Madison, how they feel about your support and the support of everyone on here. Because again, people don't leave jobs, they leave situations. And so for people to want to return, I think it does say that we're certainly headed in the right direction. Recently, we hosted about 16 law enforcement executives from all over the country, from LAPD, from Charlotte, Mecklenburg, which is basically the entire country and anywhere in between. And we were highlighted to talk about our recruitment and retention efforts. That project was led by Assistant Chief Patterson, and he was able to host them for 2 days. We even took them to the training center. They got to meet some of our trainees and actually hear from them. There's almost like a fishbowl where they get to ask questions, and the recruit was like, this is why I chose Madison. I chose Madison because there's diversity in my work assignments. I can do more than one thing. They have a commitment to community-oriented policing. I like the structure. I like the work schedule, and take those ideas back to their respective agencies. And that project was funded completely by IACP, the International Association of Chiefs of Police. And we will be at that conference beginning on Saturday. Myself and Assistant Chief Ty, and we'll be given a roundtable on recruitment and retention. I will say this too. I want to, because you asked me about it, we're definitely being creative. We have a program called the MORE program, which stands for Multicultural Officers Recruiting Effort, where we take multicultural candidates who may not be completely ready, and we assign them a mentor from our department that looks like them and can identify with them, and we keep them on. And we've had several more candidates in this particular class. We do get a little funding from 100 Black Men of Madison, and it goes to the Police Foundation. So if someone comes in and they need a place to stay or a hotel room or a gas card, we're able to do that. And lastly, the city of Austin, Texas, is a city that sometimes people compare to Madison, but nevertheless, they just hired a new police chief, and someone sent me her public interview. And in her public interview, they asked her, Chief, what are you going to do about recruitment and retention? And in that interview, she's from Cincinnati. She actually referenced the Madison Police Department specifically and some things that we're doing. So, I'm proud of the work that we're doing as a collective group, as a collective agency, and we're certainly bringing back the prestige, the pride, without compromising who we are to our recruitment and retention process.
That's great to hear. I really appreciate hearing that we're absolutely going in the right direction in that front. So thank you very much. Thank you for all your responses. And thank you again to JP. Thanks, President. I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. Next person on the queue is Alder Madison.
Thank you, President. I just have a couple questions. I've not had a chance to dig through MPD's budget yet, but in short, I remember when I either my first or second year, or first or second budget, there was a grant MPD got, and I believe it was for a couple years and maybe around community engagement, something with engaging young people potentially. But I remember the grant was for a few years. And if I remember my question correctly back then, once the grant was over, that position, the person may go into a different role. So I just really wanted to just understand where MPD is at potentially or right now with folks who might be in positions or programs that are grant funded. Are any of those wrapping up in this next year or two?
Yeah, so I can tell you a little bit about the position and what they do, and then I'll turn it over to Assistant Chief Patterson to tell you what year of 4 I think we are in those and what could happen. But specifically, those persons are assigned to each district. They work in community engagement, most specifically in some of the areas where we need to be the most. If you will recall, almost 1 year ago, when we lost Shakiyah Miller to a homicide at the Harmony, there was a lot of community outrage around what the city was actually doing to keep people safe. And in some of those meetings that was attended by some alders, specifically Alder Derek Field, who came out and showed his support, which was greatly appreciated. The officer assigned to that area was heralded as an example of MPD supporting communities, and this was before the actual homicide. So they're doing really good work. Another officer was assigned at one point to Tree Lane. There's a great article about him and his cooking class where he got some money to do some cooking classes with some young folks, and they get to take that food home to their family. And it was a great interviews with the kids going, hey, they're doing a great job connecting. Some of those officers have since transitioned to other positions and they've been replaced with new officers. But I'm very proud of the work that they are doing. As for where they are in the year, I will turn that over to Assistant Chief Patterson because I don't want to misspeak about that.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the question, Alder. So as a reminder, we accepted that COPS grant in 2022, and then it started in 2023. So we're essentially in year 2 of the funding. And then 2025 will be an additional funding year. And the COPS office requires agencies that accept grants to then keep those resources in place for an additional year beyond the funding. So that would then allow us to have flexibility at the end of the year or beginning of the year of 2027.
Thank you for that. So I guess the next thing that I want to understand is for those, when we're accepting, for example, the COPS grants, are we bringing on new officers? These are officers that are, currently working for MPD, but are we having to absorb new staff costs in those coming years after the grant ends?
I think I may have heard 2 questions there, but I'm going to try to hopefully give you the answer. So when we accept the grant, what we did for this is, in a perfect world, we would hire 6 people, and once they got out of the academy, 6 people who were eligible to be in those roles in patrol or wherever they may be would then apply for those particular roles. So it's almost like a 1-for-1. Because I saw youth engagement as something I'm very passionate about, I went ahead and I moved those into those roles or those positions without the benefit of the academy. So once they came through the academy, we were able to supplement the 6 officers. So we were only about maybe 4 or 5 months without those positions being filled. I hope that answers your question.
I think so. And then in either scenario, it doesn't seem, at least this next year, we'd be affected to worry about either of those roles, I guess.
No, as Chief stated, in 2027, we would have the option of adding 6, or we would have the option of reducing 6, which means that we would just hire 6 less in the academy, but we would not actually get rid of an actual person.
Gotcha. And then just my last thing, because as I see your budget is approaching $100 million, has that mostly been staffing? I think this is what my 3rd budget, but I just want to understand, has that mostly attributed to staff costs over time? Like what drives the numbers?
Alder Madison, with the police department's budget being comprised of approximately 89% personnel costs, so salaries, fringe, et cetera. For that reason, MPD's budget, as you've likely observed, does typically increase each year for those salary and benefit cost to continue adjustments annually. There are other cost to continue adjustments that all agencies have an opportunity to experience in collaboration with the finance department for things like supplies and services, kind of right-sizing those budgets based on contractual agreements. But certainly for the police department, personnel costs would be driving that increase.
Gotcha. Look, very last one. Are you presently applying for or expect to apply for grants in this next year or 2, such as similar to the COPS grant, or you wouldn't do that until around 2027 or 2026 maybe?
I mean, we apply for grants for equipment, supplies, all the
Mostly
time. We
just the
we
ones
don't.
that would be more in line with staff costs, like
I don't
increasing.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think we have any personnel hiring or cops hiring. I don't think we've done that in quite a while, actually.
gotcha. Thank you.
Alder, the only grant that we have applied for in recent history was the one that Alder Curry and I were discussing previously, and that was a civilian position or professional staff position, but no other commissioned grants currently.
Thank you.
Alder Romo is on the queue, but can I do a follow-up question at this moment? Is that okay, Alder Romo? Okay, so just to clarify, when we use those COPS grants, on the first acceptance of it, we do have to add new officers. It's not like you just assign and you just increase your, what's the number that you called? The police numbers?
Authorized strength. It is an increase to the authorized strength of the police department. Yes.
So maybe you can change them after, but initially it's a increase on our number of police officers. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then the other thing about the increases, didn't we have some collective bargain raises also applicable on the last few budgets that is also applicable in 2025?
I can take that one. We did enter into a new contract, and we are with this new contract through the end of next year with the MPPOA. So that did increase personnel costs through that process. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Alder Romo, for allowing me to clarify. So Alder Romo, you're next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Barnes and John, JP and Tig. This has been a really good conversation, but I raised my hand because I got thinking about when Alder Rivera was asking you about the test team. And first of all, when I came back to the council after being away for 2 years, I really thought, I don't know what I really thought that I would be focusing on most, but it turns out to be traffic safety, because now I have the whole isthmus in my new district and everybody has issues. And I raised my hand because I know that traffic engineering is getting ready to launch the new 20 is 20 program where we're reducing the speed limit of interior streets. And Chief, I was really excited to hear about your ideas, and I assume you know that and are incorporating it, but I'm wondering if you could talk about, how, because I expect to hear a lot of complaints right away from people because they're going to know that because they're going to see the speed sign once they're erected, and then they're going to like, Alder, this person was going 40 miles and whatever it is. So I assume we'll have a lot of calls right away as this sort of people learn that the change is here, but I'm just wondering how you're going to interact with this whole process.
Yeah, I think it begins, Alder, with community education. And so, because we're attached to Vision Zero, they already have, a communication strategy as a part of that. And we're going to certainly tap into that. Speeding is annoying. I will tell you that now, especially in a neighborhood, even if it's one block where I can hear out my window from time to time. But what's causing the collisions is the not adhering to stop signs and those red lights. We as a community have got to get together and say, you have to stop there. And you have to be aware of people who are walking and trying to cross the road. And just because you're in a lane and there's a car on the other side, you're still responsible for that crosswalk. And I think maybe, part of my plan, we'll do some videos. I've seen some things in some other cities that are kind of eye-catching, if you will, using social media, in a, I don't want to say a fun way, but in a more lighthearted way to actually talk about the dangers of not stopping and speeding and walking and those persons who ride bikes. It's almost a community education for everyone. But that's what I'm worried about because, I don't do it often, but when I do jog, I have to keep my head on a swivel as well because I have to cross those intersections as well. I normally stop because number one, I need to brake. And then number two, I want to make sure that someone who's turning right sees me. And so I think community education is the key. And hopefully part of my plan will include alders pushing out videos that we create or flyers that we create on your blogs.
Oh, I like that because I know some of them, if they're really clever, will go viral. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Romo. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired, so I'm a little bit delayed. I can blame it on my connection, but it's really me. Alder Madison, you're next on the queue. Alder Madison, are you frozen? No, I'm not sure. I think she might be. Well, there you are. Alder Madison, your hand is up.
Oh, my bad. I just needed more coffee.
Oh, okay. No deliveries today. I'm sorry. Okay. Any other questions for the police department? Okay, I don't see any other hands up. I'm going to just add a comment. Thank you for breaking up the service categories, especially the one for the academy. I'm definitely looking forward to dig into that. So I will be calling you to get some more answers. I started working on it, but I haven't finished it. So I think that transparency is just going to be extremely helpful, not just for MPD, but the fire department that also had the categories split out. I really, really appreciate it. So I think this is the last group, if I'm not mistaken. And with that, I'm going to pass the microphone here to Christine so she can take us to a quick summary of what is next on the process.
Thanks, Alder Figueroa-Cole. I know that it is late, so I'm just going to be very quick and remind everybody that the opportunity to submit amendments begins tomorrow. I'll send all alders an email with links again to all of the budget materials, this timeline, and everything you might need. The deadline to submit your amendments is next Wednesday, the 23rd at noon, and we published Friday, October 25th. As we discussed yesterday, this is going to be a more complex process than prior years because you can amend multiple scenarios. So please reach out. Even if it's just to talk through an idea, we can at least help you start forming what that will look like. I'll email you all again tomorrow so you have the presentation, the contact list for all of the budget analysts and myself, and then all of the materials. So I look forward to working with all of you throughout the process.
Thank you, Christine. We really, really appreciate you. Does anyone has any questions for Christine? Okay, with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So, Council President Figueroa-Cole, you will want to refer
these to
the next Finance Committee meeting.
Okay, so I needed a motion to refer the budget to the next finance meeting. Alder Evers?
Move to refer the operating budget to deliberations to the next Finance Committee meeting.
I need a second. Alder Romo for a second. Any objection to recording a unanimous vote for referral? I see two hands up, but I'm just thinking you guys are okay. Romo and Evers, good. All right, so that takes it as a unanimous vote. We'll pick up this item again on the next Finance Committee meeting. And now, if I'm not mistaken, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Alder Evers moved and Alder Madison seconds. So with any objection or recorded unanimous vote on adjournment? I don't see any objections. So good night, people.
Thank you.
See you soon, but not too soon, okay? Bye-bye.